what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed. Let me all of the pain seems to follow like a shadow, dark and cold to the touch. Am I insane not to let go? Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the moss. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VisionGaming Invitational, the second edition of this very fine tournament. We had an interesting couple of days lined up. Fortunately, some teams have been eliminated, 4 to be precise. But it does mean the casting booth has returned to normal after Lissery's antics as well too. So Spooks, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. I've enjoyed my break from your bullying, to say the least. And it was very fun with Sam, but it's good to have you back, Danny.
Well, the reign of terror might continue, Spooks. Will depend on, of course, how the matchups will be going. If anybody is interested, we may as well recap what happened over the last 2 days, Spooks. I think that would be the right thing to do. With that being the case, I'm tempted to go to Group Strobe, but I've bullied enough in that group already. So let's go slightly to Listery in Group Trox here. The first team to ever go 0-5. Although, mind you, this is being the first ever time we've done a group this size, being not necessarily historically valuable, but VG, in terms of Venom, not providing any series win. A bit disappointing, to say the least, there.
It's a tiny bit sad, of course. They were looking good in some of the games that we saw them playing, but just not enough. And then I think probably what hurt them the most was the last loss to Miss Esports. Of course, the team ending in 5th, only taking 1 single win, and then also being knocked out, of course, which leaves us just with the top 4 left.
Well, the top 4 as well. But a special mention as well to Miss Esports, the second favourite team to my heart of this tournament, after the interesting version of the profile pictures. We might go back to them at some point as well. It'd be a shame not to use them. But with that being the case, those top 4 as well, I must say, I don't think the table reflects the strength. I don't see how this has laid out correctly. Chrome GG sneaking in 3-2 with a game differential of nothing. Well, EGG, I must say, were the tournament favourites, have certainly dropped quite a lot in people's standings. How they've seen it so far here, being only +4 with the same record here, Spooks. Not a good tournament so far from them.
No, indeed not. EGE not looking the same way we expected from them, like you said, but anything can happen, of course, on the playoff day itself. We'll just have to see how they will be performing tonight. Like you said, Chrome GG, sneaking in. They did perform well. They beat the teams they needed to beat, and they got, of course, that forfeit win over TT Willhaben. And speaking of TT Willhaben, they went unbeaten. Every single game they have played, apart, of course, from the forfeit loss, they have swept everything. Not a single game lost.
Not a game lost, but we might as well briefly touch on the opposite side with the only true undefeated team, of course, in Group Strobe. That's Aopik's Gaming, Irie Legacy 4-1 from that point. Team Solid, which we'll actually touch on more further. 3-2-1-4 being the main differential. We talked about that Listery stream, funny enough, so if you are more interested on that set of views, I would suggest looking back on that there. But the 2 sides that were eliminated, Ladies First and FC Nessex. That's the group recap. It's over, done with. So the top 4 you can see quite nicely. That is us done. So we might as well go straight to the bracket here, because it's not as simple as the round robin here, Spooks. It's a lot more, how can we say it, straightforward in terms of who plays who and who survives.
Indeed, it's just a simple playoff bracket. You have to win to go through. If you lose, you're not out just yet. You go down to the loser's part. But from there on out, you have no more lives left. So then it just means win everything and you get through. Simple as that. Easier it can't be done.
Well, easy as it can be, but we might as well tell you the potential matchups here in the first set. That's, of course, on your screens. I'll read from top to bottom, just in case you're not watching your screens. Aopik Gaming versus Chrome GG, Team Solid versus MonkeySquad, Atlantide Wave versus TT Willhaben, Irie Legacy versus EGG. With that being the case, we're going to focus on the top side of the match as well too, and that will be to a cheeky extent to actually the streamed match on our screens here. MonkeySquad versus Team Solid and Spooks. This is a matchup where we looked at and we thought this could be probably a tasty lineup. It's, I wouldn't say the best of all the qualifier matchups. I would say there's one that I have a better sort of appreciation for, but for maybe separate reasons. But quality, this one's going to show men from the boys.
I think this is a bit of an interesting one. It has upset potential. Team Solid can pull an upset right here and take the win against MonkeySquad. But I think everyone has their eyes on this MonkeySquad team. Going 4-1, looking really, really good. Of course, only losing to TT Willhaben, that's a good side. And now you are in this bracket, you play against a team that you can, or at least on paper, should beat and get a good warm-up up against. But don't think lightly of Team Solid. We saw it before. This is a team that can bring those upsets, and I really hope they are capable of doing so.
Well, potentially very much capable as well. But if you do get upset at any stage on the upper side of the bracket, that double elimination means one key thing, everybody. The second chance, and that will be requiring a full bracket reset, mind you, which will be happening tomorrow. You have a chance to cool down, reset the clock, and it's just one real series. A true clash of the titans, if you want to put it that way, Spooks. But we haven't really done this properly, so we might as well go straight in terms of the firm prediction on this series. Are you going to sit on the fence, perhaps?
I will have to pick MonkeySquad right here. It's hard to pick against them, especially seeing them yesterday up and close. They were looking phenomenal. They were really working together well as a team, not really letting anything get to them. They were so confident, so easy mentally, and just play-wise. I think they're just going to be one of those dark horses you can see coming through the bracket and maybe upsetting every single team we had expectations of being in the finals.
The expectations at the finals, well, we are only in the upper quarter final. Remains best of 5 for the entirety of the bracket, bar one stage, and that is the grand finale. Who will reach there, of course? We're finally here at VisionGaming on Irie Legacy. The true billing starts from here as Flexi has the ball here to Lethal, drops it into the middle, but not the chance so far here as it still continues. But both sides, you can see, are slightly a bit nervous.
Of course, Flexi, the one who pulled probably the most amazing shot of the entire tournament there with the breezy flick yesterday. Talking is hard sometimes, isn't it, Danny?
Sometimes.
Revenge, putting it up for Flexi, shot right from the get-go within the first minute. A first opportunity comes and presents itself, and no one there from Team Solid being able to hit the ball away.
A snap of the crossbar. Some would say difficult. Some say speaking might be difficult. What shouldn't be difficult is an open net uncontested. That's what that was. We do have our first goal of the playoff scenario. Right here, Retux beaten, sent all the way back here, and the second goal could be on the cusp here. Requires a defensive block here, sent down to the line here. And do you know what has been interesting so far from the last 2 days is majority of the interviews, Spooks. Very respectful, but there is somewhat of a deep, passionate sense of wanting to win here.
I think everyone wants to win here, and Danny, you're trying to sneak away with this. I had to give my prediction as Revenge trying to make my prediction come true. You sneaked away. What is your prediction of this?
Oh, I'm going to say completely unbiased. The last time I gave a proper set of predictions, let's just say one team wasn't quite happy with me. Was predicted in their favor and lost every single match.
But now, give your prediction, Danny. You're not getting away with this.
As much as I enjoyed MonkeySquad the other day, I did enjoy Team Solid's performance more. So I'm going to give them the slight bit of the nod. But either of these two teams could easily be in the final. All that I will say on that regards.
What has happened to you, Danny? Where is the bully, Danny? Why are you being so nice all of a sudden? Is this what the playoff bracket has done to you? As the shot from Flexi onto the backboard, Lethal not being able to finish it off. Meaning that there is an opportunity for Team Solid. And, well, as the opportunity presents itself, I'm being presented with a nice Danny. I don't know how to handle this.
Some would describe it as a Pandora box scenario. Wait until it's open and you will find out the answer. Or wait till somebody misses a very easy ball, because a switch can be turned on. There is only 2 sets of function, on or off, and that passing play was certainly on.
Certainly on, but not being able to connect. Maiko trying to do it all by himself. But ball goes to the side. This is an opportunity for Team Solid, gets it onto the backboard. But so far it looks like that MonkeySquad is in the similar phase they've had yesterday. They just look comfortable. They aren't looking out of place at all. They are all following up on each other. And it seems that everything they do is done as a team.
Well, we talked about that plenty of times, about playing like a team here, and probably one of the biggest offenders of that set of performance was EGE and their set of matches in the group stage, but I think credit has to be given to Atlantide Spooks. They played very much a team game, and we saw one of that very series here with one of these teams in this lobby try that against them, and unfortunately Atlantide did not have the answer. We'll of course see what Atlantide can do later. Right here, right now, that 2-goal lead could easily become 3, not yet to be until now, and with that being the case here, MonkeySquad dominating.
Very much dominating. I think it's Team Solid not fully warmed up yet, not fully ready for the dominance coming out from MonkeySquad. Of course, they're shooting non-stop. They're pushing you back. They're forcing you in these awkward spots. They're not going to give you anything for free. As Flexi gets it to the side, has the control as well. What can he do? We've seen him do some mechanical stuff before. Gets the double, looking for the triple. Can't find it on target. Meaning that Team Solid survives this offense for now and tries to push it back onto the blue half.
So that settle in there. Shot that near enough went in here, and Spooks might be slightly spooked by the fact that I'm being nice right now. If this is the performance that Team Solid wants to bring into the upper qualifier, in terms of the quarterfinals, I should say, not the qualifier, the niceness might just go here, because frankly, I want passion, I want a bit of a drive going on here. Right now, to use the analogy that you slightly made it interesting the other time about the fish, everybody's flopping about here.
Well, the fish is clearly out of the water right now as MonkeySquad gets a flip reset. Can they finish it off this time around as well? No mechanically allowed. And Maiko has a free shot. And this was maybe a bit of overconfidence coming out from the MonkeySquad.
That's a sentence I've heard very much before, and overconfidence certainly indeed. But a goal nonetheless here might just be a consolation one in game one. But so far, if the game were to end here at MonkeySquad, we used the word dominate. They have been so far here. But they drop the ball one more time here. Might just be on the afraid here of this game being very much on the edgy side of nerves here, back into the midfield, and Flexi seems to have enough of things and push it to the side.
Let's go. No boost to find, and he puts it to the middle once again, leaving it open for MonkeySquad, looking for those passes. Flexi has the control, goes over one, trying to get it into the middle. There's someone up already, but the save coming out from Fisco, leaving the defense in a tough position, but they are surviving once again. Quick back and quick onto the offense once again. 10 seconds left, 2 goals to go. It's very unlikely. It's almost impossible at this point in time. And it is MonkeySquad taking game number 1, Danny.
I wouldn't necessarily surprise. What I would say that has been somewhat eluding this matchup is Team Solid's presence. You might have been shocked that I've been somewhat nice here, Spooks. I'm done being nice here. That was a dreadful performance by Team Solid. They haven't came out enough here on the attacking side of the things. I mean, we've seen more energy from FC Nessex. And that just shows you there's a level to go up here.
This is the Danny we missed. Of course, bashing in on Nessex every chance we get. But right now, it is Team Solid, and dude, like you're saying, they aren't really bashing anything onto the offense. Only 2 shots, and one went in, of course, through an open net. The other one not that dangerous at all. So they need to figure something out, and especially the transition game. Try to speed up things a bit more, because right now you're giving MonkeySquad so much time to always get back that they aren't being punished for whatever they do. And this is a good opportunity to start off right, but it gets to the crossbar first.
Perfect in terms of the delivery, perfect in terms of getting things going. The only thing that was lacking from the perfection was the opening goal. They have finally got it. And if anybody was wondering where was Nessex yesterday as well too, his friend had a birthday party and he was attending to some description of it. So I hope you had an enjoyable day and good wishes to all. But Team Solid, wishing they were in the lead, they have done so. Let's see if it continue.
Now it's gonna be an interesting one. Of course, MonkeySquad having to chase after this, but we've seen it before. They are not really too afraid to chase back a lead that they lost. But it is Team Solid pushing it back all the way to the 4th side. Raydox getting a shot there, but it's a tiny bit too high. Not getting there, but this is a dangerous pass to put in the middle. And it means Raydox takes the 2nd. And MonkeySquad falling apart right here.
I asked for passion, I asked for drive. That's exactly what you needed to do, especially after a dreadful 4 minutes worth of gameplay from them earlier. About time they showed up. About time. This is a quarter-final match. This is not the time to let go, especially when you have the chance to it. MonkeySquad, they let go of the psychological advantage, and they've got to find themselves keeping their actual physical game score in advantage.
Actually putting this high. Lethal, can he get to it? No, leaves it alone. This ball still gets pushed away anyway from Team Solid. It might go up to Fiskow, but the shot is just a giveaway. Let's MonkeySquad rebuild themselves. They aren't doing too well at that job as Fiskow gets it away once again. Flexi quicker than anyone else. Shots being put high, but MonkeySquad is not really creating anything together. This is an opportunity passing to the middle. Shot is there. Fiskow was looking up, but the goal went down in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the quarterfinals. This is what we wanted. This is what we needed. And finally, it has been delivered, unlike my parcel that was meant to be arriving today. That's why I was in the bad mood earlier. It is now 2-1.
Oh, you were in a bad mood? I couldn't notice. You are always in a bad mood anyway.
Oh, I'm so glad that you noticed, Spooks.
Fiskow putting it back high. Lethal getting it on target, but of course the pump not strong enough and leads Fiskow to get a shot on once again. Can he get the block? No, Flexi. It's the touch away from his own net as this ball just drops on down into the middle. It's Flexi once again trying to get this on target. Not enough boost. Shot is there. 3 people jumping for 1 shot, and I mean Lethal has a free chance. But it's still not on target. But this is the MonkeySquad we saw in game 1, Danny, and it's looking a lot better now.
With Team Solid arriving to the pitch as well too. This is excellent. Revenge will be beaten. It's Flexi beaten too. Not just yet here. That's a nice delay here. Unfortunately, Fiskow in the wrong area. Revenge straight down. Retreat. At least the play into the middle. And that's a loose one. Very much loose. And that one's a skip and a hop away from a goal number 3. Not scored, of course, but the defender back in time.
Lethal. Leaving it up for Flexi, passing to the middle, maybe a tiny bit too strong, a tiny bit unexpected. But Revenge still puts it in an awkward spot for the defense. Fiskow puts it high and away, leading to get it past 1. It's Flexi once again, the one dangerous man who has the mechanics to boot. Gets a bump, but the bump is not strong enough. Leading it to Team Solid, being able to survive so far on defense. They haven't really found the blue side all too often, but at least the defense is holding on strong.
For how much longer will that be? The evidence on stream as a double commit by Team Solid seems to be very well enough here. It's Flexi holding on to it, and that knocked on the post once and twice. The second time was a defensive horror show, and unfortunately we're not watching Psycho Revenge. Waits, delays, and ding dong, package delivered.
Honestly, very much deserved that this ball went in. I don't know how the defense got that one ball out of their own net through the post. That ball was for 70% in the net, and it still bounced away from the net.
I'm so glad the post is, somewhat spongy there.
Oh, damn.
Oh, damn indeed. 3-2, the horror show of Team Solid. I done the gaseous joke last time they were on stream. I won't do it again.
Oh, so this time gonna be the Liquid joke again?
No.
I forgot. Liquid has already joked last couple of regionals.
I wouldn't even joke. They wouldn't even make it to this quarterfinals. Never mind the regionals.
I forgot you always punish them way worse than I can do.
Somehow I'm still their caster after 2 years, so either they feel sorry for me or the team's just that bad.
Mako putting it back down. Lethal getting it high. This is an opportunity presenting itself for Team Solid, but the no boost shot means that it's just going to be a weak ball away. Then we're coming out as well. Maybe a good opportunity once again. Lethal putting it away, and it seems that Team Solid is scrambling around right now, looking to find some sort of offense once again. Something they found in the beginning so much and so easy is so hard to come by right now.
Lethal just running around here. The idea of something coming in the right time. That's a decent layoff. Is that on target? And sadly, the post denies once again in this series. It's almost like the woodwork has got smaller for the quarterfinal match.
Flexi in a one-on-one against Fiskow. Can he do it once again? No, puts the ball into the middle. Revenge shot not on target. Last couple of seconds counting down. And this is exactly the type of MonkeySquad we saw in the group stages as well. They went down there 4-2 as well and came back to win it. And they're doing something similar right here, going down 2-0 and coming back, completely taking the victory almost here. And just switching this game fully around. Of course, remember, they were 2-0 down at the start, Danny.
Just shows you with a bit of determination, a bit of drive, what a team can do. That is why I asked for passion at times here. This is a tournament for fun, let's not forget that, but it's also a key word, a competition. These two are two heavily competitive sides. They give us at least a decent opening showing here from game 2 onwards. But, and this is the massive but here, Spooks, MonkeySquad are 2-0 up in the series wise, but they are been in a few battles and been embroiled to go a bit further than what was unnecessary a few times in the group stage.
Well, maybe they can finish off the sweep this time around. How we have said and talked about sweeps all so much already with the group stage. I hope this won't go to a sweep. It isn't worth for Team Solid to be swept this time around. They deserve to at least take one game, but if they're even gonna be allowed by MonkeySquad, I don't think so.
If they somehow find that sweep, it'd be amazing as well too, but it'd be a strange moment when that is going to be the case. But I'm going to give credit where Team Solid, I give them a slight harassing bit of a statement there, comparing them to NSX. Lacked the energy, they were lethargic. They stepped it up, they showed what they came in, they had a potential lead as well too, and could have made this 1-1. What they need to do is exactly the same thing with one element, Spooks, and that's not the concede or throw a lead.
Well, you talked about how most of this tournament is, of course, for a bit of fun, but I can promise you, both these teams are playing to win every single series, as we can see here with Lethal getting the flip reset and so wrongly being taken away by Revenge. I wonder how the Discord call is going right now, if there's already been some knives thrown around.
Be interesting on that element. I'll be more interested as Team Solid's going to be like Scrub Killer Comms on a different stream talking to somebody else instead of being with the team right now, which nobody is there to defend that.
Lethal just getting a free goal right here. No one hitting the ball, not even Flexi once again. Just a free open net. I think Lethal will take that very much, and it seems that MonkeySquad is back in their groove, and that is a very dangerous thing for Team Solid. You have to come back now. You have to start challenging them quite early, and this is maybe a good start. Getting a demo on target. But this means this ball needs to be hit on target as Lethal pushes it away once again.
There's space as well in the back lines here from Team Solid. Nice to see Richok's looking to his left to find out if there's a bit of support. Is there cavalry arriving at Lyles and Lethal? Ideal play from the defence, and that's a wide open net here. Will be challenged as Lethal waiting for where the ball was likely to drop. Read it to perfection with a minute gone here. Team Solid has to do what their opposition did last time around with more time on the clock, and unfortunately my God is saying no onto that front.
It was a good pass into the middle. Too bad two people went for the shot and neither of them could find the target. They got saved this time around as Maiko got to the side. Can he take control of this? Can he get it into the middle? No, Lethal not allowing it at all. Saying, nope, goodbye. We're back onto the orange half. And this is a good drop down from Lethal, but getting saved on the edge from Maiko. And so far, it's still MonkeySquad trying to push this further and further and further, looking for maybe a 3-0 lead.
3 at this point in time. Spicy how the series has went. More likely would be done and dusted here. It has to be a next goal from Team Solid, and they're defending like their lives depend on it right now. They've only got 2 saves officially on the stat board, but every touch at the midfield will feel like one right now. Is MonkeySquad are trying to freestyle against them. A sense of disrespect already.
Why do I have a feeling it's Stabs somewhere in the Discord saying to them, guys, 2-0 up, freestyle time.
He would do a thing like that, would he?
He would. I think he would. I think he would be like, yo, guys, let's go, freestyle time. I mean, we've seen this from MonkeySquad before. They are a team that is comfortable enough to start freestyling, and Flexi has the mechanical skill to show us, because he's already done a couple of freestyle shots.
They're free to do whatever they want right now. They are the owners of the pitch. They will have to leave and unfortunately give a bit of time for the next quarter-final match. We'll potentially see them further on as that ball goes to the side here. 2 minutes left. I said earlier, the MonkeySquad suggests no for the comeback. Nevermore the second ticks on down. This is continuing to feel from no to never.
Isco has an opportunity here, puts it very far forward. Flexi just taking the full control, not even letting them transition onto the offense. And that's the one scary thing we've seen so far from MonkeySquad, is that when they are in the lead, they are very happy to sit back a tiny bit more with third man and just wait things out. Let things just progress the way it's supposed to and just let the clock run down. As here, 3 people are in defense. Fisco, is he quick enough? Yes, he puts it into the middle onto Maiko, but there's a defender in its path, but he can't get to it. And I don't even think he was touched.
I believe there may have been a slight bump person myself here. We'll see fully on the but
No.
questionable. But either way, the main thing is 2-1. 90 odd seconds here, Spooks. And for Team Solid's sake, they need to not play like a cylinder and let this ball go through that mighty hole one more time. And is that enough? Is that it is? Your eyes might be in disbelief, but I can't believe I'm about to say this. Spooks, you might have to instead.
It is 2-2. Team Solid with the comeback right here. 1 minute 20 left, and they are looking to take this momentum and push it for a third goal. Are they going to be capable of doing it, or is MonkeySquad going to regain themselves and come back into this match? Well, Revenge trying to set this up. The ball gets blocked away from Retox. Lexi putting it in front of the net. Level has an opportunity right. It puts it low, and the defender went high.
And the ball went low. Just a cruel game at this point in time. If you thought it was 2-0, it was still 2-0 series-wise. That's still accurate. It was 2-0 in terms of the scoreline. It's 3-2. What a turnaround of what happened. But the turn, unfortunately, went back to the same way what we knew beforehand of this ball back in the corner. Is Team Solid capable of scoring their third goal?
I mean, they were capable of scoring 2 in a matter of seconds. They definitely should be able to get another third. And this may be the opportunity they were looking for. Meiko pushing it high, probably looking for someone to get it too, but he probably wasn't looking for revenge. As this ball gets shot back down once again, Flexi able to turn around quick enough. The ball back into the orange half. Flexi with the shot, Redux with the save, and Lethal trying to force it in once again. Looking for the fourth, not being able to get it because Fiscal puts it away once again.
Holds on for a second. It's a 3v1 here for Team Solid's advantage. Lethal back in time. And Revenge, however, scrambling with no boost here. Team Solid afraid, very much afraid to take a shot. They do at last. Wide it went. 10 seconds. One last push, surely.
Maybe able to set one up right here, Mako. Having the control, but it's Flexi in his path. Blocking it over almost completely and bringing it back into his own half. Dropping it down. Will it count down? Yes, it will. And MonkeySquad get the sweep, but that got very, very terrifying near the end.
Some point there, maybe somebody might say, hug me. Was scary at times here, and somebody might need their hand held. Team Solid couldn't hold on to a lead multiple times, and they couldn't find a lead when it was more crucially for their own beneficial factors. Spooks, credit the MonkeySquad. They came out playing from the start. They were a little bit lost, but they have found their pathway back onto it. They will continue through the upper part of the bracket here. Team Solid, however, they're not out just yet, but they will be a threat certainly for a few teams who will be getting dropped down to that portion too.
MonkeySquad was always going to be a tough task to beat. We've seen how well they did in the group stage, and for some people, they are also favorites to make the top 3 or even the finals itself. So for Team Solid, it's not a bad loss. Just need to be able to show what you've shown here once again in the losers. But that's all from my end, Danny. I don't know what more to say about it. It's just a 3-0 sweep by MonkeySquad. It's very well done by them.
It's very little to sit there and analyse. You saw what happened, and it was a simple case of Team Solid didn't do their business. As simple as that. But from at least us from the production side of things here, and to everybody who's tuning in, potentially, maybe an interview, potentially, we might see more gameplay. Nah, I'll change that. That's a guarantee. But we will be taking a quick break here because I think we need a moment to actually work out what actually happened there. We'll see on the other side of this. Welcome back to the stream here on Irie Legacy, the VisionGaming Invitational, the second edition. It almost feels like MonkeySquad must have somewhere to be right now because they cannot stop winning, and they cannot stop winning in a 3-0 fashion win on stream here. So we do have Tabs returning back to us, and my opening question is, Tabs, do you just like us really much, or do you just want to get more stream time? Because that was a fast series from you.
I would say both. So yeah, it's nice to be here, and it's nice to see the team like play so well, and they're all having fun, and that's all why we're here for. And yeah.
Well, seeing how you won this one in a 3-0, I think semi-expected that you guys were gonna be taking the win here. But I've called it myself a bit as well, and I've heard it from some other people as well. You guys are slowly being transitioned into one of the favorites to make the top 2. How do you guys see yourself, and what are expectations to end up?
Our expectations is probably the finals for sure. And from there on, it's just like either we win or we get second, but we're like, we want to win, so yeah.
I like it. I like it.
But all right, we'll be a little bit cheeky here with you, Tubbs, and potentially the vibe is what we could describe as such a potential final in terms of the grand final itself. If you can pick a team, who would it be and why?
Who would win it or in the finals?
No, who would you like in the final? You could just say Spooks, by the way, and we'll happily get that sorted if you would.
I think I would say EGE again.
Really? After such a shocking performance history, is that because they're a weaker opposition than we were expected, or do you think they're actually going to step up to the plate here?
No, I think they're going to step up, but it's probably not going to be enough. So, yeah.
Ooh, not enough. Not enough. Oh, I hope Taz is hearing that.
Well, you're here. You're talking about not enough, so that means that at least there's some doubt in saying like, oh, EG is gonna make the finals. Who do you think will make the finals, apart from you guys, of course?
I mean, we lost yesterday against TT Willhaben, and they played. I mean, it was unlucky, but they won 3-0, and they're like the only people we lost. So we could imagine like playing them again in the finals. So yeah.
Well, potentially being the case of the finals, but Aopik Gaming and Chrome GG, that will be, of course, your next matchup. We don't actually know how that series is going at the moment. That's the match upstream. TT Willhaben and Atlantide. We have, funny enough, coming up next in Irie Legacy versus EGE, being, of course, the other fourth quarter final. But Tabs, the question that will be following everybody's lips to some extent is, when are you going to be on the pitch? Surely we're going to actually see you on stream at some point.
I mean, we haven't discussed it today. Like, I'm just here, like in the background, like mental support and stuff. And we'll see. Maybe I'll play, maybe not. We'll see. Let's like spontaneous. So yeah.
Potentially spontaneous, maybe a 1v1, but potentially with who, or will it be the run of the schedule? Tabs, thank you very much for joining us as well too. There is going to be, sadly, another short break here, but we will have more content on your screens here. But if you haven't followed Tabs or any of the MonkeySquad squad, feel free to do so. All the links will be down below and provided. Until next time, see ya after this short break.
sees my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Welcome back to the VisionGaming Invitational, the second edition here on Irie Legacy's very own Twitch channel. Must say it was a shock to see a 3-0 sweep swing so quickly, and as you can see, the matches has been scheduled and laid out. But we always like to throw a little bit of something special in the works as well too. And I don't know how to say this, Spooks, but this certainly is going to be something special.
This is not what I expected coming into this tournament. I don't think it was what you expected either, but it's where we've ended up. And for the viewers who still haven't caught on, you're about to witness the greatest 1v1 that you will have ever seen. It is, of course, gonna be myself, against the old man, Danny himself.
Well, some would describe this maybe otherwise as the Beauty versus the Beast. I'll let you work out who's the beauty on that one, everybody at home. But with that being the case as well too, there's enough of us waffling away round to it, so we might as well throw it over to the man we've insulted, and more in this case myself, for the entirety of the broadcast, maybe for his bit of revenge as well too, but you might hear a few grunts in the background. Nessex, take this one over, please.
Hello Danny, hello Spooks. I hope everyone is doing absolutely well, because I am gonna enjoy this little 1v1. I have been trash talked during this tournament, right? Because the
You've been
FC6 hasn't
hopeless
done.
so far.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't go as expected, right? But that's going to be a fun one, because I think I played against you, Danny. I remember, but I've never seen Spooks playing. Neither threes, neither twos, neither one. So that's definitely gonna be an interesting one. As Spooks already tries to attack it, already with the shot. What a save from Danny! And oh, going for demolitions. I see. Ooh, dirty play here from Spooks, losing no time. Great save by Danny on the spawn. It's not over yet. Spooks with 30 boost tries to fake Danny out, but that's not gonna work out. Good save there. Maybe Spooks has no more boost in the tank, actually. I can
giving away
play
my
that,
tactics.
so that's just giving information to the players. I just realized
Hey,
that's just...
brought this useless caster on. I thought we were meant to insult each other here at Spooks.
Come on, Danny. You suck. Look at that.
You still can't score, can you?
Oh no, he missed it! Oh, there's no way!
Danny.
What a save from Danny! Oh man, I can feel Spooks being the next replacement for FC Essuie-Glaces there, as all the whiffs have been through day one, but now Spooks is just taking, how do you say, the legacy of FC Essuie-Glaces there, and Danny just punishes it with a fast counter attack, long shot 1-0.
Nice to
At
see
least
the
we're still
factor
both
from-
better than FC Essuie-Glaces, Danny.
Ah, wow, toxic.
No, that's not
Okay.
true. I see Nirvana play earlier.
Fair point, fair point.
Oh man. Oh, you'd even 50 there. Spooks puts it on the side. Oh, Danny. Off the wall, maybe? Great save, great read from Spooks. It's
What do you
not
mean,
over
great,
yet, though.
Dave? It wasn't threatening.
It was! Hey, who knows? You would just, like, go for a flip reset. Who knows?
I see the character from Home Alone playing here. Come on, Spooks.
Ah, you. Oh, of course he's gonna bring that up.
Oh, that's on target,
That's what you
actually.
get. That's what you get, Danny. That's what you get.
It's the
old
first
man.
shot you placed on target. I'm pleased for you, Spooks.
Ooh.
Sometimes the old man has some troubles counting. It's already been 4.
Said first time on target.
Hey, 4 shots counted. That's on target.
I mean, who knows? Was it luck? Was it skill? It touched the corner and went in. 1-1. We're tied up now in this magnificent game of 1v1. Danny? Maybe.
Good
But no boost.
Good luck. Oh, that no.
Come on, the old man's got a few skills.
Oh, what a save from Danny there. That was a great attempt from Spooks, but good reaction time from Danny. Oh no, what a mistake from Spooks.
I need
This
some water.
man's meant to be a bubble scene coach.
He
I
just...
give others what I myself cannot obtain.
You certainly attained the bus pass. That was slow.
Oof. Shots fired on the field and even also on vocal, man. That's such a toxic 1v1 right now. As Danny tries, no, fakes the doozy dish, I'd say. Danny. Now he leaves the ball for Spooks. Oh, the flick on the crossbar, sadly, and that's a counter
Yeah,
attack.
it won't go in. See?
Oof, the fake. Spooks took the first. It's not over yet. A good counter
It's
attack maybe for
fine.
Spooks now.
It's Danny.
Come on, Spooks.
Spooks, the control of the ball. He taps it too far. Danny backflips. Not over yet. Maybe that was a fake. Who knows? Spooks will grab the back boost for Danny. I think he's no more boost now. Spooks. Ooh, he barely touches it, but he just didn't. Danny, maybe with a shot from far away. Gets saved from Spooks, puts it on the corner. Maybe a shot now. Oh, it's really wide and he can recover fast. Maybe Spooks can punish it with style. No, he's just faking.
Alright, the only thing
This
Spooks
man
knows
thinking
about
I have
style
style.
is his hair gel. That's the only
I
style
really-
that Spooks knows about.
I really thought he would go from the wall and just go for something crazy, but no, in the end it just didn't touch the ball.
How much are you
That's
expecting
surprised.
from a man that went to casting and coaching?
Oh. The pinch goes off the left wall. Another pinch from both people, and now that's just a wide open net. And Spooks with the try hard shot there.
Ah, come I feel he's bashing me a lot more than you, Danny, even though you were the one that was being rude to him all the time.
And because you're the most aggressive so far. No?
I know it's meant to be us doing the roast, it's just Nessex.
Oh, maybe the try hard shot now from Danny. No, great save from Spooks actually. Off the wall.
You get her,
Actually
Danny.
misses the ball. I
You get her,
he'll-
buddy.
Yeah, are you?
Hard to understand everything that is on the field right now, I'm not gonna lie, guys.
I thought it was the accent, but thanks.
Not a problem.
No, it's just a skill, Danny.
Where is it?
Nowhere to be found.
Fakes over fakes. Oh, what a demolition now. That's toxic gameplay from Spooks, who's now losing time even.
I
Look
wanted
at
to
that.
fake you.
Oh, man. That was the toxicest play I've seen in one so far.
I wanted to fake him, but he just didn't come back quick enough.
True, but you lost so many time. On purpose. Smart play from Spooks there, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, maybe another one. A last opportunity for Spooks with the flip reset. Ooh, he will take the win in this game as he pinches on top of Danny's car and that drops out.
Well, that being said, though, Nessex, thank you very much for stepping on in. We would
Easy.
probably do more of this.
Easy.
Oh, not a problem, guys. That was a funny one. Was not expecting to cast it once, but sure thing. Always appreciate you guys. Thanks for the invite.
Well, it's always a pleasure, and it's always great to see Nessex here. But with that being the case as well, we might return to a bit more of this potential series in the incoming here. But we will have a short break. That does mean we do have a series coming up as well too, where we'd like to give you all of our thoughts onto that one as well too. We'll see you after this break though.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done.
Season of usually goodwill, it follows with the words GG's. Words, unfortunately, Spooks doesn't have in his vocabulary right now. Apparently, it's get good, probably kids spelt with a Z. Knowing that the youth is disrespectful, it's no surprise there. He had won the 1v1-3-2, but maybe that might be one game in the series. We do not know, as if there is more bricks, we might have a bit more entertainment. Might even try to get a couple of our pros and, of course, our very good Swift friends here who has put on an excellent show. We might even throw a couple of extras on in between. But with that being the case here, Spooks, we might as well look a bit more detail on the bracket as well too. And I must say, it's nice to see Spooks in the semi-final. I haven't said that in a while. Oh wait, we aren't there. That's a bit unfortunate. It is, of course, Atlantide Wave and TT Willhaben and Irie Legacy and EGE in the upper quarterfinals. That's the 2-1 happening on this hour. And it does mean Atlantide Wave versus TT being the match we are covering. So, Spooks, thoughts already on this?
Well, I spoke about this a tiny bit yesterday, and, well, what we have here is, in my eyes, two very similar teams that want to play a similar style. Just the one difference is that one team has been together for around 2 months now in Atlantide Wave, and the other one has been together for around, I believe, 8 months now in TT Willhaben, and I think that experience will be something very crucial coming up in this match.
Well, TT Willhaben, I believe, Lister, if my memory serves me right, it might be a bit foggy, didn't show up for the first series. I don't know if they overslept or whatever it is, but we are still waiting if they are going to show up here for the upper final. But rumour has it there is potential changes in some rosters, but that will be regarding our legacy on that particular match as well, I believe. Tooth hasn't been the one showing up, but we wanted to see the full roster of TT Willhaben. We will have that, Spooks, and I think this one is going to certainly be a thriller.
Well, the full roster, what we heard yesterday from their manager is that them playing with their sub is good. That's a good team. Them playing with their full roster is gonna be a dominant team. And I'm curious how dominant they truly can be, as we have a lot of Atlantide Wave fans in the chat already. They're gonna have to watch their team try and fight their way through a really, really strong team.
But potentially onto that one as well too, and chat, feel free to have your say on it. I believe the Atlantide Wave sides have already spoken their voice. I don't see any TT Willhaben fans. Maybe they know they're going to get beaten, then they haven't shown up, or will they actually prove everybody wrong? But Spooks, there was a interview we done, I believe, with Amphray, where they give a reasonable set of commentary, talked about that Dignitas side as well too. But there's one key bit that was mentioned by yourself there as well too. TT Willhaben is a much more experienced side and plays this one. This might be match for match and play style.
I hope it will be, and it will also be just interesting for me seeing, of course, what that experience can do. But for Atlantide Wave, adaptability. How can you change? You saw it in the groups where they blatantly said to you, we have only one plan. If the plan doesn't work, we have no backup. So I'm going to be curious if they're going to be able to, or maybe have changed a bit and have gotten maybe some sort of backup plan. Because you're going to need that against a team like TT Willhaben, who will be adapting their style. They will not just fully commit to one style non-stop. Of course, I know them as a passing-heavy team. How they will change here and how they will play tonight, that's just up to them. And we will see that while we get underway with game number 1.
Game number 1, Atlantide Wave in the orange, TT Willhaben in the blue. One who has become tournament favourites, shot slightly a little bit. They had a hiccup here and there, but they haven't fallen. like some of the Titans earlier in the tournament here. Atlantide Wave, potentially a dark horse, of course. We will see how they will perform as well. But best of 5, let's not forget this as well too. Similar to the group stage, this is the upper finals. They can afford to potentially drop if they want to, but it will be a longer day for them as this ball to the backboard it shall go.
And that's the man you need to be watching out for, LU. He was just a menace all alone, reminding me of players in the RSS like an Archie who just fully solo their way through a team. And he's trying to show it once again how good he is mechanically, because that man is just so incredible.
We'll certainly see how incredible this game will be placed on, because that's her interview we talked about there during the pre-show. But so in the back of my mind, how well is this going to be a defensive showing here? Is Amphrey required defensively, pushed far too up as well here. TT Willhaben, free shot, but blocked away it goes, and Delia will have her chance onto the ball here, and that's a nice little tuck into the corner here, and TT Willhaben just trying to hold on to it. They've been pounded into the corner, but they haven't wilted just yet.
Was an opportunity, but it's just slightly missed, letting TT Willhaben creep away from their own defensive side. Just one mistake is all they need. And they get a free goal to take for it. I think TT Willhaben will be very happy, because they were pushed back quite a lot right there. Maybe a bit unexpected from themselves as well.
You have to have some element of respect, not necessarily much. There has to be a part of it where you make sure that you stay honest in the game. Atlantide Wave, who, not to be disrespectful to them, but many have thought this is a side that will not be a challenge to them. They've proven a lot of people wrong so far here, and they have forced TT Willhaben to play defensive. They've had to show the respect here. With that one goal, I saw Atlantide Wave not play well when they conceded early, however, as Delia right into the side wall here, and nobody right in the right spot. They cleared away. So this one's going to be a battle here of will and minds.
One thing I'm already liking from Atlantide Wave is a couple more demos coming in. They're trying to be a bit more destructive and be a bit more annoying as NKS tries to do it all solo. Leaving it up for LU, who has the control now, takes it all the way high, gets one person to bite, but it might be just a tiny bit too much for the cake given as NKS takes the control, can't get the control, and this leaves TT Willhaben once again in defense. And so far, Danny, I do have to say, I'm impressed by what Atlantide Wave has shown so far.
Incredible sides. And when we looked at the women Carvel record that they had before coming into this tournament, many would see them as bottom place. They haven't performed well. But if this is the bottom side, the quality must be reasonable. It must be very much who can be on their peak game and take games off each other here. They've came in here in VisionGaming's Invitational. They've shown against some of the very best in the Bubbles team, probably argumentally TTO being the best. So far they're holding to a 1-goal deficit right now here. They had a few chances to take the lead earlier, but they have to be smart here, and that needs to be saved. Will not be, and all the good work might be down the gutter.
They were lurking for their tiny bit upside, just a tiny bit too quick, and it leaves it up to LU to get this shot on target. Not the most impressive one, but it's exactly what you need in these types of games, because yes, you've been pushed back quite a lot by Atlantide Wave, but it does seem that TT Willhaben has been in control of most of the things they are trying to do. They're setting themselves up quite well. LU, look for another shot on target, and NKS finishing it off, and it seems that TT Willhaben is done playing nice.
They aren't, and they're willing to use any tactic they can get. It's a passing play, but not anybody from Atlantide Wave challenging it early. Had to some extent, to give some time to potentially give support to the third player on the back post. Doesn't happen here. Atlantide Wave might be on the concession of losing the first game in this series. We might be on the verge of seeing another 3-0 sweep if this keeps on continuing. I hope not. I hope for Atlantide's sake as well. They keep on battling here because they have done excellently on the first day here. And so far, they've done what Team Solid failed to do on day one, and that's show the passion to come out to play.
Well, here comes the shot from side, just a tiny bit wide, leaving it up for Delia. Pass it to the middle, this should be on target, it's just a tiny bit wide. Forcing it once again onto the shot upside. Gets this one gone, Delia Putting it onto the backward once again, and yes, can put it to the side, leaving it up to Elio. And there you see the quick 1-2 passing plays coming out from TT Willhaben to get out of their own half. A good dangerous second right there from Atlantide Wave, but you would have probably hoped for a bit more.
Nice little pop-up. Anthony there waiting for a pass that never arrives, so takes over control. Second true phase of play of the movement stage upfield here. And there, it's a nice demo, wide open. Goal number 4, surely. Goal number 4 achieved, and that is game 1 achieved too.
Elio just doing it by himself. Of course, getting a bit of help from Sai with the demo. It seems that TT Willhaben has said, okay, Atlantide Wave, what you guys can do, we can do that as well. And just started to demo a couple of people and get them out of the way. Of course, if you can't get past the defense while standing, just make them disappear.
I think many people wish I would just disappear ×2 in the casting booth right now, and Atlantide will probably be hoping that as well too, because as much as their good efforts has shown will not be reflected on the game, and that's a bit of a foolish challenge, but they know this is done in terms of the opening game. And Spooks, I did ask that question to Humphrey. Do you have a plan B if nothing works? The answer was no. And they're going to have to show something else other than that Dignitas style of play style.
They're gonna look for something else, but what I do have to say, normally with the 4-0s, you think like, oh, they got completely demolished. In this game, Atlantide Wave had a couple of good looks. They weren't just completely shut down. It's just that TT Willhaben is not allowing you many opportunities. So the ones that they did get, they need to be taking. Because you see it right here. The ones that you had were good, and TT Willhaben just doesn't allow. 4-0 in favor of TT Willhaben. But this is going to be a very interesting one if Atlantide Wave can get some type of plan B going.
If you're in doubt of Spooks' credentials, he knows about good looks. He also knows about taking those opportunities. 3-2 it was. So with that being the case as well too, that's probably one of the very rare times I'll competent Spooks and also a self-roast as well. But will it be cooking for game 2? Will Atlantide Wave finally put on the oven and finally roast their opposition?
Here comes the start. NKS has the control. Can he do it all alone? Trying to go full high. Gets the flip reset from the ceiling. Dropping down in front of Sai. No finish done just yet. And Elio setting it to the side once again. Good opener second from TT Willhaben. Getting some offensive pushes, but this one just a tiny bit too far away from a pass. NKS, 0 boost. Not gonna help you all that far. And one of the maybe insights for TT Willhaben that I personally know about them is that this team, if they can get 2 goals or a 2-goal lead, you can expect them to get a lot more goals followed through. They are very much a team that if they get that lead, they get comfortable. And when they get comfortable, they are truly, truly scary.
Seeing the elements of that in the weeklies as well too in the European scene. They are a potent side when they get a lead. Problem is they haven't got that right now. Here is M3 shot. Goal, not just yet here, but the attack is decent, and credit here to Atlantide Wave. The space they've got here, the way they're working the ball, credit to them. And TT Willhaben stretches their ligaments twice now to keep that ball out.
Rasmussen must be biting his nails right about now, knowing and seeing that his team has created a couple of good opportunities and should already technically be up 1-0. But they just haven't been able to get that final goal as Elio brings it onto the backboard. This is a dangerous position, and it's showing why he was so incredible yesterday, and he does it again.
They have to simply get up to the backboard. That needed to have been blocked. If you're running out of boost and you're not in the position and you're not spotting the danger, you're going to be conceding it 1-0. And frankly, Atlantide Wave, you talk about Rasmusen's fingernails being, bitten completely off. I don't think he might have any left at the moment here. This is nervous stuff already.
I'm looking in the chat right now, and I'm seeing one person, his name being Bali, of course, the manager for TT Willhaben. He's probably the only one right now cheering for TT Willhaben. I think the rest of the chat is filled with just Atlantide Wave fans.
There's at least one in the commentary booth.
What, Atlantide Wave fan or TT Willhaben fan?
I don't know who you supporting.
TT Willhaben.
There's at least one.
Free.
I like to see Atlantide Wave do the upset, but that's a decent save there. And you talk about fans as well too. This has been a game for the fans, certainly so. And to be fair, credit to the last series as well. MonkeySquad versus Team Salt. An enjoyable series there. But this one might be living to the billing. Left that one to as long as possible time here. And back it goes. And no save, no touch. And that could have easily spelt disaster.
Ball to the side, it means it's Psy's chance. Gets it over one. Can he maybe look for a bump or a demo? No, he will not, and this means that the ball is under control for Atlantide Wave. Put into the middle, but two people jumping for one shot. That is not what you like to see as LU. Luckily enough for Atlantide Wave had 0 boost, otherwise that could have been the 2-0 right then and there.
And free up. Ball's achieved, Elisa and LU with the time and the space here. Options is right originally, but gone. And that ball spelt a little bit horrible for NKS. Continues for the time being, but where's the follow? Where's the bang? There is the bang, but no boom to follow through here. Maybe a gentle touch, infield pass, and that needed to go.
It feels like Atlantide Wave is just one final touch away from being a just very competitive team. Because right now, it's once again TT Willhaben trying to get onto the offense. It's LU all by himself, doesn't get the shot. And it means that NKS now gets it up. He saw the pre-jump happening from side, and he gets to the ball as well. Getting the flip reset on target. No, just a tiny bit too high. But you can see that TT Willhaben is slowly getting more and more comfortable.
Tell you, the cut and comfortability may not be a luxury anymore here with the next 60 seconds. This one has to go in a demo here. Well, Emfrey will be in the back line. Small bit of boost to her name here. Emfrey will have to use it now. Not when she would like to, however. Back bump and a challenge into the middle here. And you know what? Atlantide, they're not getting the clearance when they need to, and they're required to see a second and the third ball time and time again here.
There's maybe an opportunity. The ball gets into the middle, but NKS not allowing it. Onto the backward this time around. Psy not in this position. This may be your one opportunity that you needed. It drops down in front once again. Dilya can't get it on target. The angle's just a tiny bit too much to ask. As now LU can't get this touch, but it's a good pass back to Dilya. Can the shot be there? Psy saw it coming, took his time, takes it easy, trying to waste time. As this ball's just a giveaway to LU, who sets it up for Psy once again. Can the drop down be there? The shot is there as well, but it gets saved on the goal line.
Couple of shots, but an excellent save. Maybe the push up here. A lack of time, a lack of boost. And there is Emfrey to keep this one up into there. Has to be a pass at some stage. And TT knows that exactly well. A bump into the play here has to be kept up here. Will they be sporting to keep it up? Yes, and Emfrey's backflip, but NKS doesn't know that. He has to play on further. In front of net, in front of target. No goal, no chance. And now the series is on the precipice of it being over too.
Respect to TT Willhaben. Even with the risk of going to overtime there, they still kept it up, tried to keep playing it. It just was that the shot wasn't there. And I feel like a broken record because that's the one problem right now for Atlantide Wave. They are getting those opportunities, but the shot is just not there.
You say that there, and that's the frustrating thing. Because you could see it, and we want to be as fair as I could possibly be in this moment of time here. Atlantide Wave is still a fairly young side, and they haven't worked out the problems yet in terms of the gameplay. Is it the right time to challenge? You can see the double commits here and there, but when they get it on point, if they can get that shot on target, it can be a very potent side. The problem is, this is the issue.
Filthy. Just filthy from Psy all by himself, and that's exactly what you're saying. It's the one thing that Atlantide Wave still lacks. That tiny bit of mechanical ability to do that type of stuff where he can 1v3 past everyone and just take it on a solo train as NKS. Gets it back into the middle, but this one gets pushed away. Elliot not in the best of positions. Does have the boost though, and this ball will be pushed away to the side, especially with the demo from NKS in the midfield. Just opening up some space. Dilya in an awkward position. Gets control, but there you see Psy just forcing it. And you can see that the speed from TT Willhaben is once again being amped up by a lot. NKS looking for the flip reset, not past the defense.
You can see Dilya moving across here, and as much as you can try to pass your way out of problems, sometimes you just need to let go and reset here, and that's in front. Nobody gets a touch to it, so is there a chance here to hit on the counter here as Dilya pops it back into middle? But everything that sort of happened from that first goal and onwards has been a TT Wilbur side factly getting the demo onto it. I just realised I said it wrong. I'm thinking of the English player with that.
It's still Willhaben, and it's still TT Willhaben getting the goal, with Psy taking it 2-0 now.
Well, they may be on a rebrand, but either way, the result's going to be the same here. If this continues, there hasn't been any response here by Atlantide. They will be dropping down to the losers bracket. And frankly, do they have what it takes? Is this the series that takes them potentially as a warm-up? This is the side that many, however, on their opposition counterpart, we thought will be in the upper and grand finale.
Well, it's Psy looking to maybe secure that right here, getting the shot in front of the net. This one gets saved and pushed all the way to the blue side. Maybe an opportunity presenting itself for Atlantide Wave. Of course, you have more than 3 minutes left to do something here, but you need to watch out. If Psy goes to the side once again. You see the pre-jump, but this is just the comfortability that TT Willhaben is trying to bring out right now. And a bit of, well, unfamiliarity. Because, like, you don't expect someone to be this comfortable. To look on the backboard, Delia getting the save to the side. And it's just, you think you can block something. But no, TT Willhaben is pre-jumping each other. That's how comfortable they are with one another.
Said it earlier yourself, when they have a 2-0 lead, they are a dangerous side. They're showing that, but credit to Atlantide Wave. They weren't stunned, they weren't surprised by what happened. They got the pieces in the right order, and the steps allowed them at least to defend it for the time being here. This needs to go at least into the middle. That's a shot, and it's a weak one. It's not with enough power, not enough placement, and that might just be the summary of Atlantide Wave. Just not enough.
Just not enough just yet, Delia. Pushing it forward once again. This may be a good opportunity. The shot will be there. It's onto the backboard. Can Delia be quick enough? No, Elio, of course, saving it. Not allowing even a chance, but this was not a good touch. And finally, Ampere will get a goal for Atlantide Wave. May this be the opener they were looking for? A tiny bit of a mistake from Psy. Not what you expect to see. And Atlantide Wave capitalizing on it.
Can't sit there and freestyle, or can't sit there and play lexical and not be punished for it. They have done so here on Atlantide Wave. They've kept them honest, they've kept them on their toes for the majority of it. No bump onto the keeper, and Delia, the second time they're in that position, has let the ball go past her. And is that the play style they want to it? Is it exactly, or is it just missing and misreading the play? That might be a question for them to answer here, but they've got 2 minutes to answer the important of all questions. Can they find their second at least?
Slippery set, bringing it on to his teammate, but they are being pushed back right now. And you can start noticing a tiny bit more of seriousness coming out from TT Willhaben. They were like, yep, we may have messed up right there, may have taken this a tiny bit too easy. So now we need to get one more goal just to make it 3-1 once again. And there's exactly what they were looking for. Pass down into the middle, and the shot's right on target.
I'm slightly annoyed here about both sides. They broke a rule too.
Danny, you're always annoyed by things, so it just happens.
Yeah, but it was a rule too.
I won't be going into this discussion again.
Oh, I will. It's a rule too.
Well, as Danny forgets what Rule 1 was, it's Elio putting it high once again, trying to get it away from his own half as the demos are creeping through. Just too bad that Elio was the one surviving. Shots there, saved on the goal line, and this one doesn't go in either. And this one, of course, does from Psy. Danny, just accept that it's a goal, please.
I am. I'm just annoyed and just the accuracy, let's put it that way. But 4-1, 2-0 series-wise is pretty much the writing on the wall, it feels like. Another 3-0 sweep, another Atlantide Wave strong start, but yet the consistency not there just yet here in TT as a roster. Oh, come on. Nobody's that lucky.
That lucky, I think they are creating their own luck right now. Maybe a tiny bit of frustration coming out as well. The post not being that helpful for Atlantide Wave. Okay, I see now what you mean, yes. I mean, does it really matter? It was already 4-1 at this point.
It does matter. Especially when you're losing. You want some kind of hope. You want something to look forward to. Oh.
Well, they have a thing to look for. Do they go down to the losers round and have a good possibility? If this is the way they can keep playing, if they can just fix that accuracy from them, that shooting accuracy that's been bugging them the entire time, if they can fix that one thing, they are going to be such a phenomenal side to watch in the future. But as of now, we have a phenomenal side that's playing, and it's TT Willhaben, who still looks as strong as ever, and what you expect from a team that has been deemed probably the favorites of it all.
Potentially on that bit, but I'm wondering who made you Captain Joyful there? Who smiles knowing they're going into the losers bracket?
Well, there should at least be some happiness. I know you aren't used to seeing happiness in your life, Danny, but still.
Well, if you're happy going down the losers bracket, there's something wrong, and if you're seeing me smiling, there's something either funny that happens or a miracle.
There's something
might
wrong
be
as
on
well.
the fields. Yeah. But what is wrong, to some extent, we will not be seeing Atlantide Wave in the upper side of the bracket here. The TT fans will certainly be happier of the two. They will move up. We'll see the bracket in its full in entirety. But Spooks, Atlantide Wave, credit at least to where they deserve. They played well, it's just not well enough.
They are playing well. They're looking good. They have changed some things from what we saw in the group stages, but you're playing against TT Willhaben. The experience is there. The mechanical ability is already there. It's just not a team that you can beat with your current setup. But for Atlantide Wave, I think this is a really good game, a good series to take a look at, digest, hey, what can we change? What did we do well? Especially the first minute and a half of almost every single game, they looked incredible. After that, they started to lose it a tiny bit.
Time to digest. That sounds like a fabulous, and usually with digestion requires a break. So we'll see on the other side of this one. Well, welcome back to Vision Gaming, the second edition of this very fine invitational. And you know what? Usually, when I say a 3-0, I'm not surprised. I'm expecting something like that there. But I'm a bit heartbroken, Spooks, here. So you might have to take the lead here, as somebody had beaten my Atlantide Wave there. I'm disappointed here.
Well, I'll take it away then. And first of all, congratulations by, once again, you show up here as the manager for TT Willhaben. Congratulations on taking the win there against Atlantide Wave. And well, my first question for you is probably the one that is expected, and we're going to ask of pretty much anyone. But looking forth now, you have either Irie Legacy or EGE. Who would you rather want to play against?
Good question. I think it depends on who is showing up in the Irie Legacy roster. If it's Reseus and Cabo as they are the subs, I would say I want to play EG because we already beat them. Doesn't mean everything, but yeah, I think I take the team we already beat once. But we'll see. I think we can beat both, and we have the confidence in ourselves. So let's say the better one should win, and we'll play against that one.
Potentially, you might be happier to know whether or not, but we'll keep it a little bit secretive. It will be 2 in their full roster, so none of the subs is actually coming in. But first of all, congratulations with the 3-0 win here. Sadly, I didn't actually get to speak to you at Listery because you were too busy winning 4-1 on Group Trox's side of the bracket here. I didn't get to ask you what was the ambition here because sort of week in, week out, I usually see you in the likes of the Nice Cactus so far and reasonable set of performances. What's the next steps really for the team? Because every time I see you always try to find that next level in gear. It's just we want to know what's next from you because it looks like a good side for the future. Is it an RLCS spot or what is it?
I mean, RCS spot is the dream, the end goal ambition, so to say. I think we're going to take it a bit slower, like step by step. We're really focusing right now on the Nitro League, the DACH or like German-speaking league there. We're having a very good season in Division 1 right now, getting a lot of experience into the team, and I think we will take it from there. I mean, we've been close to day 3 in the first split of RCS X, and I think it has to be the goal in the next split, or at least in the split after that. I hope we can get even further, but we gotta be realistic and take it step by step. It's not too smart rushing into like, yeah, we're gonna beat Dignitas next time we are around. So like, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. So we'll take it step by step. And
according to Spooks, you're beating Dignitas every time at the moment here. He's speaking quite heavily. Out of interest, Spooks is your caster for the RLCS, perhaps?
I mean, if we make day 3, I think an offer will be extended. That would be very nicely. He fanboyed a bit yesterday already, so I think it would be also nice for him. But
I cannot get away from this, can I?
No, you're not. But I'm trying to help you out here, Spooks, because it's a Falbus team to cast for, Falbus team naturally to play for. So why wouldn't you, Spooks?
Definitely. I'm a big fan of them already. I think everyone has taken a bit of a notice of that. But with that, I do have to talk about the Atlantide Wave match for a second. You've probably heard me say about them, like, yes, they play a lot like the old Dignitas, in the sense that they look for those passes, look for a lot of infield passes, especially. What were you guys aware of that coming into this match, and was there any strategy to play against that, or was it just go in and do our job?
I mean, yeah, I said yesterday already, like, there's for sure a reason they're in the players, very strong showing again. I mean, second game, they almost got us, like, it was 1-goal lead, and we were struggling to keep the ball out of our net. I think once we found our comfort zone, the skill difference was a bit more obvious, but still, they had their good moments, they had their pushes towards our net, and they could have made it a bit closer, I would say. But the plan was to be us, to play our playstyle, see what they will make out of it, and it was enough to win, so no reason to adapt, but I think it went good the way we played it. It's the first good warm-up match for us here.
And the plan grows slowly, grow confidently, and potentially dominate potentially the best teams in Europe. But so far here, at least for the Invitational here for you, does mean you will be in the upper semi-final. It will be guaranteed to see you again, and pretty much guessing Spooks' prediction for that much, we will see you in the interview booth as well too, Patty. Before we do let you go, any shout outs to your fans as well too, because Atlantide Wave came with their support and you disappointed them, but can you give a little bit of love to your support as well too?
No, no support for my supporters or like the TT Willhaben supporters. I think that's one part we have to grow on a lot yet. The French Rocket League scene has a lot of advantages there when it comes to the German speaking. They're really supporting themselves, and they showed it in the chat. So hopefully that will change in the future. But until then, I will be the cheerleader number 1 in Willhaben.
Well, we will have certainly cheer for you into the semi-final. That will be a guarantee from us too. But thank you very much for the interview, taking the time to meet us as well. But we would like to give you a bit of time to go back to your team, because we do have the upper semi-final, potentially your upper final opponents as well too. So unfortunately from us, we have to let you go. To you at home, it's time to get strapped in. We're going to have a quick break, but this matchup, oh dear, there might be a difference here on predictions already. We'll see on the other side of this one.
Stranded in the open, dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow, moving with the motion, following the light that sets me
Feels a bit sort of surprising to say we've been only at this for near enough 2 hours, Spooks, and there's still a lot of games to go through here, and the players gotta realise when to use their energy, and that's going to be on the pitch surely. That's, of course, we might as well look at the bracket so far, because we have got a lot to update everybody so far, and Spooks, the bracket, to some extent, not necessarily has gone perfectly, but there is still 1 or 2 results worthwhile talking about.
I mean, the most recent one that has just gotten updated is Irie Legacy taking it 3-1 over EGE. Seems that TT Willhaben will have their tough matchup against them later on the stream as well. Well, if you look a bit down from there, you see that Chrome GG has been knocked out of the playoffs already by Team Solid in a 3-1 as well. Team Solid looking a bit more solid than what they did up against MonkeySquad.
Well, potentially as well too. That does also mean Atlantide Wave versus EGE, the tournament favourites when this all began. Well, they've lost quite a few already. Will they lose one more time? If you're on that bottom end of your screens there, that is 1 life and you're out here. We are sitting in the sort of the nice jacuzzi of the upper bracket here. And you know, it's pretty much comfortable at the moment, Spooks, but I'm pretty sure there'll be a bit of sweat coming up because let's focus, of course, to the upper semi-finals. MonkeySquad, we've seen before with a 3-0 win here. Aopik won against ScrumGG in a 3-0 already. So the battle of the 3 O's, it seems.
Aopik is gonna be an interesting one. We haven't seen him too much on stream just yet, but this is a team that at first was predicted to be maybe 3rd or 4th, and MonkeySquad was at first predicted to maybe be 4th, 5th. So it's semi-close to each other, but I think both of us, our predictions can be thrown out of the window what we had before. MonkeySquad has shown up. Aopik hasn't lost a single series just yet. They're both looking incredibly good.
And let's also put to some extent as well, too, you talk about incredibly good. In that group Stroby, it was a +11 game differential for Aopik Gaming. That just shows you how dangerous they were, how beyond playable at times they truly were. Against MonkeySquad, they have lost, they know what it's like, and they bounce back from that scenario. So they are aware how to respond. So in this situation, Spooks, would you rather be the undefeated team or the team that knows how the feeling truly sits? Because I've lost and can't win, it seems, today.
Well, my prediction for this would be going to MonkeySquad, but that's more so because they have seen an opposition that was strong. Really, really strong. And TT Willhaben, that's their only loss as well. While Aopik has faced a good Irie Legacy team, but not so good that it's gonna be a clean sweep, of course. It's gonna be hard. You can probably hear it from my voice. I'm not very confident in my pick of MonkeySquad winning this. I have no idea, and Danny, I think you probably have no idea as well, seeing as how your pick has been wrong almost the entire day and the entire tournament. So I won't even ask you what your pick is. We'll just get right underway. Game number 1, MonkeySquad in blue, Aopik in orange.
I can see why Nessex was so, mean to you earlier, picking on the old man like that. How could you?
The old man that has bullied Nessex way more than I have? Okay, I see.
Yeah, double standards it seems to be here at the moment, but what isn't a double standard is going to be this matchup. There is only one result everybody will be looking at, and that will be reaching the upper final, and that will be top 3 secured. We will get into the nitty-gritties on what that all means later on, of course, but this is very much an aerial battle so far. We actually haven't seen something like that so far.
We haven't, but this is a miss coming up from Brain, leaving Lethal to push up once again. Pass into the middle, maybe a tiny bit behind Flexi, and a double commit comes out there as well. An opportunity presenting itself for Aopik, but not quick enough as this ball doesn't get pushed away, but no one is hitting the ball anyway. Eventually Lethal gets a touch on it. A bit of shakiness, maybe a bit of nerves coming out as well, knowing that if you win this, you are guaranteed top 3.
Just like that, settle in. Top 3. After 3 days of gameplay, just near enough secured, ready, and just one more match will guarantee you into day 4, top 2. You can just sense already a bit of potential nerves already, but the play style hasn't been nervy. It's certainly been reasonable. And Lifefox, probably the greatest player on this pitch in terms of quality, all the way back from eSports Berg roster, and that was a roster that some would tip as once of the young generation, potentially to take over in the likes of the RLCS. Fortunately, that didn't happen. But let's see what he can do here, but it will be the captain really taking over here.
Oh, that's a beautiful pass from Revenge. Too bad no one is there to finish it off. This shot gets put in front of the net once again. Lifefox putting it away. And so far, it has been very, very even from both these teams. Both getting a couple of quick shots in, looking to see what they're capable of as Flexi puts it to the side for Lethal to hit up once again, but no one there to finish it off. And yet Lifefox puts it back onto the blue half, maybe trying to set something up, but both these teams not willing to take full control just yet. Just trying to ease out what you're capable of doing and what you're allowed to be doing from the enemy side.
Rolly, maybe potentially having control. Over to the brain himself. Lifefox beaten, dropped down. Lethal runs away from it. Will be getting back into the play, however. And that is the end of that attack. We wanted more. We wanted some kind of anger coming onto that back wall here. The follow through, left alone. Finally, the goal in the upper finals.
Revenge getting the first goal, opening us up with more than half the game already being played. Brain not in the right spot, not at the right time. And it means that MonkeySquad will indeed take that 1-0 lead. And we've seen how hard it is to get back from that. But it's not impossible. But now it's up for Livefox. That's the flip reset. Probably gonna leave this ball alone for a finish off. But the Brain can't be stronger than the defense as this pass is all the way past Lethal, finishing it off. No, the crossbar denies.
Livefox still getting involved into the play. He is not done participating. And there it is, Brain, Revenge, the goal scorer, to continue his work of torment up front here. Leaves it Livefox back around here. The idea of a full hit not happening. Gentle as she goes here as Livefox back into the air. And so far that idea of space here gone here. The side that was really undefeatable seems vulnerable.
Revenge putting in the front once again. Can't get the shot on target. Leaves it up for Flexi. Pass into the middle. Lethal is there. Just a tiny bit too high and not finished off correctly. But it is Aopik Gaming right now being pushed back time and time again. They are struggling to get out of their own half right now. And those couple of demos in the midfield will not be helping them. Livefox puts it to the side and Lethal just can get his control once again. Flip reset is there. Does he have it? Well, at least he got a block and is wasting time so much so it is already the last minute, Danny.
This is argumentatively the closest match so far, and the crossbar has played a very big role. This could have easily been 3-4-0, but they still hang on here. The side that's barely dropped, we're talking about less than 5 games worth so far in the course of the tournament. They will be dropping at least one more. Will it be a series-wise here? They're now trailing 2-0 in game 1.
Lethal, be thankful that he ended up in the right spot once again to get that shot on target, meaning they get the 2-0 lead. Almost 30 seconds left. It's not going to be easy for Aopik to come back into this, especially not if things like these are happening. Lethal gets the 3-0. We were talking about this being the most competitive match we've seen so far. Well, that has just gone out of the window.
Gone out of the window? What window? There's nothing left, Spooks, bar the unfortunately shattering despise of that undefeatable record that was potentially looking to be maintained here, because what MonkeySquad is doing right now, they have taken some teams to some incredible series, but taking this team the way they have, my word, what a final we're going about to have as well.
Lethal putting it up once again. Maybe trying to get one more goal with those last 10 seconds counting down. Flexi getting in the front of the net. Is there someone to finish off the shot? No, but Rain gets it to the side once again. The seconds are counting down. They're dropping down. The ball will be dropped down, hopefully, as well as Livefox will do so indeed. 1-0 in this series for MonkeySquad. And this is a manner I did not expect to see from them, because they kept Aopik to just 2 shots, Danny.
Just 2. That's the surprising sentence of the day so far. Just 2. I didn't think this was going to be a roster that was going to be, let's just say, pushing Aopik Gaming around, especially the way they did here, Spooks. But they have done that. Now the question is, can they continue to do that?
I think MonkeySquad would like nothing less. Let me remind you, MonkeySquad got only beaten by one team, TT Willhaben, in a sweep. But from what we've gotten told by both the manager from TT Willhaben and MonkeySquad themselves, that was an incredibly close matchup that a 3-0 did not do justice at all.
Potentially, we might like to see that. If they have the replays, feel free to send it. It might be worth, almost for the cinema, to watch, something to snack on. And Lethal, well, he has been chomping down defensive at will, it seems, but Revenge, unfortunately, nothing to continue after his goal-scoring record last time around. Back to Lethal, and no would be the answer.
Oddly enough, not being able to get the double tap himself, but Flexi up there once again, putting it in a good spot. And you can see right away from the get-go, once again, it is MonkeySquad trying to initiate the offense as much as possible. They're the more controlling team so far. They're taking control of the ball and taking control of the speed of the plays.
Fox, nice little try, pops up and around here, controlling the air, and revenge. What did we just see unfold at that goalposts?
Well, Lethal was trying to unfold another breezy flick. He saw Flexi getting one himself as well. But I think that was a moment where Flexi just said, Mr. President, get down, and tried to get the save. And it has worked this time around. Flexi with the control, can he get it into the middle once again? Gets a demo to boot as well, and Brain in an awkward position, but at least gets it put to the side. Unlike us. The full boost, will take control, will look for another one himself, and gets it away, all the way onto the blue side, but that's what is currently lacking from Aopik. They're lacking that one final member, and I was almost scared that would have gone in.
Hold on though, still something could go in here. That is a sign of desperation for Aopik Gaming. They have not had the freedom that they've had in the group. Maybe, and just maybe, the other group was potentially weaker. That might be an argumentative talking point. We'll see at the end of day 3 is Lethal looking to continue onwards.
Flexi getting pushed in the middle. There's Revenge. Is the shot? There it is, but it gets saved by Brain and Lefox. Working together, and this is a pass to forward, and this is a beautiful shot, and Aopik is here.
Just when you thought they may have disappeared, reappeared when everything was getting desperate. That might be the only goal we see, but we've said that once before. We've said that plenty of times before. Maybe Revenge might have a word or two.
Lethal putting it all the way forward, but Arole gets it away from his own half. Ball back into the middle. The demo is there as well, and Flexi getting the goal. And this is what makes MonkeySquad so dangerous. One mistouch from Arole, and you see the demo, the pass to the middle, and the shot. All well done.
Oh, Monkey. Just in time for the brew. Might not be a few in the UK who would get that particular reference. But oh dear, Monkeys have came out, they have came to play. And there is that wonderful team play that we saw earlier. Now alone, Lifox, who was the dangling player in the net, not going to be beaten the second time. Surely not twice. Lightning doesn't strike the same spot. Well, that was wrong, and I was on stream to see that one happen live.
Oh, that should have been the 2-1, but Revenge thought the ball would bounce a tiny bit higher than it did. So you may have overshot that a tiny bit. That's now the ball gets pushed onto the blue wall. It's Revenge heading it forward, but there's no one there apart from Arole. Gets the ball stuck in the blue half. Level trying to get it away. Gets a good 50 in favor of them. Flexi has an opportunity here. Takes a control touch, but can't find more control than just that. As Lifox puts it away to the side once again. But there is no follow-up. It's once again going the same way that MonkeySquad likes to have, where it's a bit chaotic, a bit a mess, and especially the defense now not looking too great from Aopik.
Especially when these moments here, it never looks good. It just always feels like it's out of your hands at times, but they know they're at least in a battle that's in the broil, and the car has played a big role in this match already. It might get involved for the second time here, but how has that stayed out?
Flexi not allowing anyone else to score a goal apart from him himself. Simple as that.
Oh. Do you know when sometimes you think the game hits you? That's certainly a moment there.
Well, this is just a moment at all. But the defense scrambling, but the shot is nowhere to be found. Now Brain has an opportunity right here. The goal is wide open, and he will take the 2-1. What is going on this game?
Madness on the floor, madness in the air. And the Brain has certainly let it run rampant there. 2 goals to 1 here. Aopik hasn't dropped many games, and when they do, it might be a surprise, and certainly has been in this roster here. But with an odd 40-odd seconds, we've seen a comeback happen already once before. This one downfield by Lethal, but will be met by the goal scorer of the second one here.
People and Flexi trying to work together once again, but this time around it gets saved and put to the side. Livebox trying to create some type of disturbance, maybe trying to run down the clock, and well, so far he's doing a wonderful job of that. 20 seconds left and counting with Revenge. Putting it to the side. This is a good ball to Flexi. Can Flexi put it back to Lethal? The shot is there. No! Livebox blocking it off. Not allowing it. But 10 seconds. Revenge has control. Goes over the second. Can Lethal be there quick enough? No, he can't. Flexi was pushed him quite far. This will mean the attack will die down and Brain will shoot the ball down. It was actually Livebox, but the ball is still up, Danny, as Lethal. Can he take control? He cannot, and the ball drops down. We go to 1-1 in the series.
Sorry, what? Say that again.
1-1.
I thought we might not ever hear those words mentioned on stream. If you've been watching the 2 days of group stage, we very rarely ever reached 1-1. It was 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, another 3-0, and a 3-0. You're getting the picture, everybody. That's how dominating the teams were on stream, but variation has certainly been here and there, patchy at times, but we've seen a quilt. Nobody's getting tame to colour up and sort of seek the easiness. This one's been difficult, and both sides are making it so for their oppositions.
Arole looking to get something started right from the get-go. Brian is there to help him out, bring the ball into the middle, but a tiny bit too high for anyone's liking, so no one is going for it. Livebox, quick shot on target, gets safe to the side and put away. But the demos are there, and this is a good opening second so far from Aopik, who's looking to gain the advantage. And the advantage may be gotten, the save is not there, and Livebox gets a goal right from the get-go.
Revenge would be hoping for at least a spatula or a shovel, and he got neither. It's almost a wedge that was driven in, but a delayed goal appears at least, and we spoke about here potentially Monkeys dominating further on, but Spooks alluded to the fact that a particularly high-scoring game does not mean it will be continuing in that fashion. Far from it, and far that we've seen so far.
Looking for a shot on target. Livebox is in wait, and it's so far been Livebox who's impressed me the most on Aopik. He's been a menace defensively and offensively. He has created most of the chances that Aopik has even gotten. Flexi now can't get it away from Arole. That means that Revenge is in a very awkward spot. It's once again Livebox putting it middle, but there are two people jumping for it, but none of them were orange.
Still trying to work out where the orange was going to be there. They were running away all the way to the back lanes. It's almost they forgot what the ball looked like. It's still that round thing that flies around occasionally.
It happens. That's Livebox. Control. Can't get it past Flexi, and it means that the ball just gets shot away all the way into the distance. Lethal. One simple touch on the wall. Lets it go for Flexi. Can Flexi get a shot on target? Onto the backboard. Can he finish it off? Flexi! He does it again.
That big flying thing in the air sometimes. Unidentified object. UFO? No, it's Flexi as well too. Pilots that one nicely to the top. Crossbar not able to get it out this time. Not playing its role. We now at 1-1 here in MonkeySquad. They are making such strange decisions at times. You might not think absolute certainty, but they're making this matchup. But Livebox, welcome back. That's the second.
Well, this is exactly what you were looking for. You were talking about Flexi. Is it a plane? Is it a bird? Whatever it is, it's in the sky. Well, this time around, it was Livebox flying about, and he got that shot on target. 2-1 for Aopik, taking the lead back quite quickly. Can the response be there for MonkeySquad, or are you gonna lose this one as well in a fashion that is maybe not what we've seen before from MonkeySquad?
I see a bit more from them as well too. They have to if they want to get back into this game, as Revenge drops it with the comparisons now and again here. Will there be an incredible moment of Rolly beaten Lethal? It's in.
Lethal is being lethal right here, getting a bit of a helping hand from Flexi, I would put it like that. I think that's probably the only way to put it at the moment.
I think that's probably the most anticlimactic goal we've seen so far of day 3.
Oh yes, 100%. Well, maybe Lethal can change that, puts it up for Revenge. Revenge missing the ball, and so is everyone else, and that means that Flex now in a good position. It's Livebox in defense, and at this moment in time, as MonkeySquad, you must be just assuming that the second Lightbox is in defense, you're just not scoring.
It's a nice presumption. If it's a golden rule, if you have to follow, just get him out of the way. Spooks loves his demo. Saw him use it earlier today, and Lethal won't be going for a demo. He goes for the double, and that there is probably the worst pass we've seen from MonkeySquad in a crucial moment in this game. We talk about pivotal moments. We are at that crunch time.
Well, Lightbox looking to be critical for his team, but he isn't this time around, meaning Lethal can push it back onto the orange half, but with Zerabushi ain't getting that far, maybe getting a couple of bumps or annoyance plays. He did get those, but no one was going for his team, and this is a good 50 and working in favor from Brain. And the 3-2 has been gotten just as the 3-2 happened with me versus Danny.
Flexi may not have had enough time with his yoga this morning. He's certainly not bendable to get that one back. But a 3-2 scoreline, we've seen that once before, and Spooks is going to try to mention as many times as he likes, and he has won that one. But it was unfortunate, won't get you any prize pool, but respect maybe among everybody who was tuning in for those moments. But respect certainly has not been given to Aopik Gaming from their unbeaten record. They had to work to get in the lead. They had to work to continue maintaining it. Can they keep on maintaining as Revenge this time gets the save?
Lightbox taking the control, trying to keep the pressure going. Even with zero boost, he's trying his best. Gets the pass. Can the shot be there? No, the double tap isn't found, but the triple commit has been found. All the way from MonkeySquad. Lethal still with the control, going high, getting it over one. But guess who's in defense? His name is Lightbox. And what does that mean? It means you can't get past. But now Lightbox is no longer in defense. It's a Rolly getting it to the side. Lethal. Shot is there. Pass is there. And it's down and in. 3-3.
Just sit there and work it. You heard 3. There's the 1. There's the 2. And that is number 3. 6 goals in this game, 3 apiece, 60-odd seconds, and it has been tied 1-1 series-wise earlier. This is the break in front. This is the chance to have a match point scenario if they go on to win it. But truthfully, this feels like one of the moments where OT is going to have to be brought out to sort these two out.
OT is an unlikely thing, but so is a Game 5. Whoever wins this one, I just fully expect this to go to Game 5 at this point. Brain trying to make sure his team gets on to that lead with the 2-1, but Flexi gets it away from his own half. Gets another one. Can he get fined one more? No, Lightbox locking him up and trying to do something more. Gets another beautiful touch away, and with zero boost, that's quite impressive. Revenge. Lethal. Being a lethal to the defense, getting a bump, but Arole getting a masterly save. Saving his team from a depth from a 4-3 at that moment. That could have been the end.
Lightbox was deprived to save his team from saving. You saw earlier there 1 or 2 consecutive save. You heard him beating the 2 players in front of you. He done that defensively, but unfortunately the clock has ticked down. There is moments in this game where a player has to stand up. They're going to have to be accountable here. We are in OT.
Who will be standing up and who will be sitting down? No, Flexi trying to get a demo in, and it does get a demo in. That's might be quite important, but Brain, good block to the side. It's still Flexi once again taking the control. Arole jump to that quite soon. His ball goes into the middle. Is there a finish? Lethal pass to Revenge. The shot is just wide from the goal, and it means Arole can transition onto the blue side. Lethal not in the best of positions, and Lightbox with the pass into the middle gets blocked by Flexi. And once again, this is a dangerous position to be in, not a fine position, because the boost was lacking. The shot clearly wasn't.
Just for everybody's record, Aopik Gaming up until this stage was 15-4 in game differential before a playoff match. They won 3. You can tally that up to 18 happily. They've lost 2 in this series alone. They had not lost a series, and they're now 1 game away from losing their record. They are going to have to play the perfect game if they want to maintain that sentiment and sentence alone, and MonkeySquad wants to remove it.
I think this is incredibly important for MonkeySquad. They were going down every time in this match. They could grab themselves a tie once again, but it just kept being Aopik getting the lead. And eventually, in the overtime, that's all they needed. Getting the finish, getting the 2-1 series scoreline. Beautifully done. And now it's a chance to finish it off. Just one more win for MonkeySquad to secure their spot in the upper finals and secure their spot as a top 3 team of this tournament.
That there might be the only time of silence will be reached on this broadcast, but in those comms right now, their hearts will be pounding, the voices will be getting raised, and there may be a bit of sweat of desperation slipping on by both accounts. You do not want to lose in that moment, not by a mistake here, as that pass goes originally wide. You hear the ooh, the ah, rightly so from Spooks as well, but the top 3, as he said, that is what is on stake here.
Flexi gets it put to the side, and now Revenge taking the control for it. Trying to bait out anyone to jump for it, and gets Irie to jump for it quite soon as well. Giving it away to Flexi once again. Going under Brain. Lethal now under control. A lot of dribble plays where we started game 1 with a lot of air plays. This one starts with a couple of dribbles, and Lethal 50s his way through.
Flexi may had an opportunity to steal that one, but Lethal did all the work. And a strong 50. What a presence MonkeySquad has became for this entirety of the tournament. And that might just be the winning goal. Surely not. There is more time in the tank as well too, as Lethal using all the tank in his boost. That's goal number 2, and it looks like the undefeatable has been broken.
Lethal is on fire. First the 50, now the flip reset goal from the ceiling. Beautifully done, beautifully hit into the corner where no one could catch it. And Aopik, you're gonna have to fight back now because you're 2-0 down within a minute.
Just when you think the task is difficult, it's just gotten much harder as well too, with Linefox, who has been arguably been a very much a defensive player for this team here. I don't think you can afford to be defensive at the moment. You've just got to throw caution to the wind and take any chance you can get now on your hands here, as 90 seconds have gone by. Clock has certainly ticked on by from that sentence that Spooks just said earlier, and goal number 3 has now certainly gone in.
Nope, it hasn't. Of course, it's Livefox getting the save again, making sure his team can survive here. Remember, if they do lose this game, they are not out of it. There's still a loser's bracket to be played, but I don't think neither of these teams want to go down there. They want to finish it here and go into the upper finals and play whoever they will be playing. Right now, it seems that MonkeySquad is the one that has one foot inside that door.
Livefox right across, over and in. That is 2-1. That door, you say, may be creeping open, but they have met the resistance at last. And Livefox said he can't play defensively anymore. He's upfield and got the assist.
Means that it is Aopik being able to crawl back into this. A good opportunity now with just one goal separating the two. Now they need to make sure that it doesn't become a 2-goal lead once again for MonkeySquad. Just trying to create that again. Livefox pinching to the side. It's just Revenge, and your Revenge had an open net, but I don't think he expected it. But Flexi certainly expected it. Top of the corner.
Game's frustrating when things are going against you, especially when you're chasing, especially when you know what's on stake. And Spooks, that it might be the goal. I'm personally going to say this, that was the goal that we will not see Aopik Gaming coming back from.
You cannot count out any of these teams too early, but it's Lethal now. Flip reset trying to waste some time. Revenge in an awkward position, but with enough boost to do a lot of what he wants. Ball goes up, and it's Lethal trying to help him out. Maybe not that necessary, but Lethal has been doing 50s left, right, and center, and most of them have been going his way. But right now it is Aopik in a good position to start the offense once again. Brain can get it past one. Irie shot is there, but it gets blocked by Lethal, not allowing the 50 to go against himself.
Not a natural angle for the shot either. It was always going to be a difficult task, but a passing play out, and Revenge right across to Lethal, cut out by Irie. Is there a chance for goal number 2? The angle was there, but did not slice it thin enough.
Lethal putting it middle for a pass, but Livefox not allowing it. And this means Revenge Awkward position, but the control is there, putting it in the middle. None of his teammates were in a good position, but now they are for a pass down in. But it doesn't go into the net. Still just 3-1, and as we approach the last minute and 30 seconds, there needs to be something coming quick from Aopik, because otherwise it's gonna be a too little too late.
Flexi into the corner. There's the brain over the live Fox. Revenge will meet. And 30 seconds feels maybe like a long time. Not in this game. It's an eternity. And it's all near enough been used up in this sets of players here. It's almost like a scrum. Two heavyweights doing battle, and Lethal will fire one on target. Flexi likewise. Live Fox, you say you cannot score when he's in. They have passed them into goal number 4 and up to the upper finals too.
Pass them indeed onto the upper finals. Just need that one last minute to tick down anyway. You cannot get complacent now, because that would be just horrible to see. But Brain trying to maybe get some type of life back into his team, but this one gets cleared as well. And it's Lethal now. Onto the backward once again. Lifefox not in the best position to create anything from this. He puts the ball high once again. Revenge. No pass to be found, but they won't even need a pass. They'll just be playing patiently, letting third man be patient and just sit back a tiny bit, as no shot to be found just yet from Aopik.
Hasn't been a shot to be found here for Aopik in a very long time. Not one word will stop. It was very convincing, at least for a goal, bar that one save that Revenge just set out here. Passing play here, but it is the sentiment that Spooks said, too little, too late here. They're getting their shots now, but they're being matched, they're being saved, and unfortunately for them, unbeaten until now, they will drop down to the losers bracket. They will have a consolation goal, but that is all they will have.
Just one more, making it a 4-2, but the series score, you can write it down already. It's a 3-1. MonkeySquad will, of course, be cheering for themselves, excited to get themselves on to that upper finals. But this just makes me that much more scared. If MonkeySquad can 3-1 Aopik, what will happen later on with TT Willhaben against Irie League?
That's going to be a sentence that we will be finding out quite shortly, how everything will be played out. But the only thing that we know for certainty is MonkeySquad's win here. And I'm not saying, but Aopik Gaming, the first time they have lost anything. I said and was wondering which team do you want to be in that situation, MonkeySquad or Aopik, for that one fact as well. If you're going to lose in the group stage, you have very little consequences with that. You know how it feels, you know how to bounce back. Aopik Gaming is in the losers bracket. If they're the second team, that's them gone.
They don't want to be gone. They want to keep playing, of course. They want to keep fighting. And I just had confirmation as well. EGE swept Atlantide wave. So I think we know who will be playing each other. And we also know who will be playing each other a bit later. Of course, TT Willhaben against Irie Legacy. But for this match, a 3-1. A deserving win in my eyes for MonkeySquad.
Not deserving for this particular series. Will be a deserving placement for the upper final, serving for everybody's enjoyment. We will find out quite surely who their opposition will be, but it does mean we will have a short break here, and it'll be interesting to see the thoughts from others as well too. But from us here, see you on the other side.
Born to light
Welcome back to Vision Gaming, and there was a line said in the green room, and we'll keep the anonymity to this statement. It almost feels like we are swapping back and forth in the interviews, and do you know what? That is probably how it does feel at times, because there's two teams that cannot stop winning, and one team has just done the unthinkable and defeated the undefeatable. What a sentence that is on its own here. And Spooks, I'll let you take the lead here, because it seems to be your right predictions all the way through.
Of course, my predictions are always right. I know what I'm talking about. Totally know what I'm talking about. I have absolutely 100%. Yes, you know what I mean. But for UTEPs, winning 3-1 against Aopik, first of all, congratulations to making it to the finals.
Thank you.
But seeing how you won 3-1, but quite confident. Apart from the game you guys lost, I felt like you guys were feeling quite confident and quite comfortable playing this matchup. Is that correct?
They felt really comfortable, yes, but Revenge told me he had a bit of a slump. So he said he didn't play like as he wanted to, and it's still a 3-1. So you can imagine how it goes when he feels really good. So,
sorry,
but yeah.
Did I hear that right? That was a slump.
Yeah.
Danny, I think we should stop playing this game totally, because if that's him slumping, we're never getting anywhere.
I'm so glad we didn't pick during our ones matchup, but
yes.
Tabs, we sit here and wonder when you're going to play, and I don't mean this to be rude, but if that's them slumping, I would like to see them peak in the upper final. You must be extremely proud of your team's efforts so far as well too, but at this point here, you're going to have to play one of our oppositions here in the other upper semi-final. Who would you rather have here? Because it almost feels like you've beaten the undefeatable. Is there anybody who you can't defeat in this sort of moment as well too?
Yeah, like the only team that we lost so far was TT Willhaben, and so that's probably our biggest rival in the whole tournament. So we're really looking forward to play against them again, and yeah, it's probably gonna go way different than it went last time. That's for sure.
I'm just trying to sit here and work out, can we get a show match if Irie Legacy does an upset here? Can we get a proper revenge match here?
I'm still thinking of another show match, but we'll get back to that another time. But, well, you say, yeah, TT Willhaben is, of course, on paper, the bigger enemy, since they've beaten you guys before. Like I've heard before, you guys got swept, but it was very close games. If you've seen TT Willhaben play so far against Atlantide Wave, and you will see them again against Irie Legacy, do you think things will be a trail sweep for you guys this time around, or do you think it's going to be just going the distance this time around?
It's hard to tell, but I think it's probably going to the distance. Very close games, but yeah.
That's as simple as just what
Yeah.
it is, and we're going to see that match later on today. That will be an absolute treat. But that's our semi-final. Before we do let you go here and relax, because it is going to be a bit of time. You're going to enjoy watching whoever that other semi-final is. Can we just get a prediction? Who's going to win it? And why not scoreline as well too?
The next match is Irie versus TT Willhaben.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say 3-1 for TT Willhaben.
Ooh,
3-1. Yeah.
Potentially bold. It would be nice to see, other than a sweep here on the main channel here on Irie Legacy. Not the result that maybe a few on the back scene would like to hear. But thank you very much, Tabs, for joining for the interview. We will more likely see you again here, or less surprise of the tournament happens. But from us, we're going to take a quick break and bring you that semi-final. Will that prediction be accurate? There's only one way to find out. We'll see you then.
When you're young, when you're restless, when you're fun, cause you're desperate. Oh, here they come for a chance, for adventure. What's your poison? What's your pleasure? Oh, my city, she never leaves my city. She never leaves my city. She keeps me alive. Give it up for my city, oh, oh, give it up for my city, oh, oh, give it up
It's always great to see when players, coaches have an opinion and a personality that matches in tabs. Cool as he likes, enjoys it, but he give a prediction to our next match on stream. But we're not going to talk about it just right now. We are just going to focus on the losers bracket just right now here, Spooks, because Atlantide Wave won 3-0 was the sentence I would love to say. But unfortunately, they did not. They did lose 3-0 as you announced, and sadly, we don't get to see them to play again, unfortunately.
I think this just showcases how harsh it can be if you are the bottom seed of your group. You get to play a very, very tough team in TT Willhaben, and then as a reward, you get to play EGE, another strong team. It's just painful to look, but it's an expected result, I would like to say. I just hope they take a lot away from this tournament. Write it down, look at the replays, and think, hey, this is the stuff we can fix on and work on and come out even better next one. We probably will see them play more often in the Women's Championship.
Well, we will say that potentially, and we will suggest for everybody to go and support them. They've came here, they accepted the invite, and they've gained a lot of fans. I would like to hope here, especially with the gameplay they have shown us, because it's been incredible. But sadly, EGG has won that match. They play Aopik Gaming, the team that has lost, which is a sentence, again, we did not think that would be said. And that was an absolute truth one to that one. Chrome GG is out. Team Solid moves on. And you can see loser of the second semi-final waiting to be filled in. So that does mean we have our second semi-final from the upper side of the brackets in Spooks. This probably is the matchup we would like to see. It's just a matter of who are we actually going to see on the pitch, especially for Irie Legacy too.
Yes, of course, we know already who we're going to be seeing for TT Willhaben. It is just their full main roster. It's LU, NKS, and Psy. All three of them playing, all three of them looking phenomenal so far. On the other end, Irie Legacy, we're just waiting for them to join on in. I'm not even confident in who's even playing for them tonight. We got confirmation that Reserves is not playing. So maybe that's a good thing for TT Willhaben, but honestly, who's playing for them doesn't really matter, to be honest, Danny. Let's be honest, does it matter against the way TT Willhaben has looked all tournament?
It doesn't, and they've been frustratingly extremely good here. And I did say this was my most enjoyable team in the Swiss scene, and my apologies to the others. Spooks, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say they're the worst team, and I will not be supporting this series for them because they do not have our Jennifer.
Oh, it seems that out of all of them, only, sadly enough, Frank has returned. And this is also semi what we were talking about. We don't know who's going to be playing. We don't know if it's Frank, Bob, and Jennifer once again, or if it's actually their normal roster. Well, it seems to be actually Tuf, Priv, and Res. And I believe if Res is Reserves, if I'm correct, or it's one of them just using Res as their name once again, because they've done so before. But I do believe it's Reserves, and that is going to make things a tiny bit more interesting. But then, prediction-wise, Danny, what do you expect?
Well, prediction, I'll be expecting pure and utter chaos. It will be certainly Revere, certainly on to the pitch as well. I thought for half a second it was Toof playing a practical joke on me. It's not. It is the substitution the player many has been fearing. Oh dear, TT. They have been considered favourites, but that certainly is a change up in the books.
Or Reserves from BS Plus competition, a really, really strong player. A strong individual, but how much is it going to be doing against a team like TT Willhaben, who has looked incredible as well? But this is a good block so far as the ball gets pushed back onto the blue half. Reserves puts it into the middle. This could have been the first shot, but no shot to be taken.
Just sits there and look at the quality of a lineup, and when your substitution is probably even better than your main three players, you know it's going to be something interesting when they slightly shake things up here. And just to confirm, if you didn't watch the particular of Irie Legacy's fun and triumph, they had a bit of joke with the names. They were listening during the broadcast, which is foolish to be truthfully honest. But Juju was Frank, Tooth was who was the other one in particular?
Juju was Frank, I believe Tooth was Bob.
Yeah.
And then Priv was Jessica, and Eliu is a goal scorer.
No, it wasn't. It was Jennifer, not Jessica.
Jennifer, I don't remember. You know I'm not too good with girls.
I'm just going to leave that alone here because I feel bad enough for picking on Spooks.
Don't lie to everyone. You know you don't. You love bullying me. As Sai gets another opportunity right here.
English is hard sometimes.
We are talking here. We're talking about just dumb stuff. Right now, TT Willhaben is looking quite good in face of, well, a good and strong Irie Legacy lineup.
Oh, it's amazing how you can see a bit of funds allowed, but we're not quite necessarily at the business end of the series just yet. This is the opening game. It's usually to get the paces going. Our Legacy do not have anything special at the moment, and the team that Spooks has been fanboying from the very beginning here, slightly paying off here.
Sorry, just got a funny DM. Prive, aka Candy, aka Jennifer. For people who don't know, Prive has had a wonderful Halloween costume some time ago, where he looked like Gandhi.
Oh, I'm pretty sure our Falbus production team has that picture on standby right now.
They do.
For that particular moment when Gandhi not only just scores, but when they win here, as fortunately they haven't even looked likely to score in their first goal.
That's Frank now putting it in front. Of course, Juju doesn't get it himself, and this allows TT Willhaben to transition once again onto the offense. And demo comes out again, and we've seen it before, and this one rolls on in. LU will take the credit, but I don't think it's that deserving.
No. We'll take a look at it. Is it deserving? No, I have to agree with that. That's not.
Thank you. For once, Danny Boy has agreed with Spooks. World peace has indeed been shown.
Well, when Gandhi's is around, peace is usually guaranteed.
Sai, look to take it into the corner. Has the boost for it as well, puts it back high once again. Reserves puts it into the middle. Juju can't find it past LU. And it seems that Gandhi himself, also known as Prive, can't get it past the defense either.
Oh, who knew this was going to be the series, that the semi-final, maybe resting for the top 3 spot. As the demo moves across here, KS will be waiting patiently, and Perth has decided to leave himself vulnerable, and so is the defensive work. And talk about BS Plus competition. Not necessarily the best season for him, but he will have the first goal from them, and that is much better.
And this is the type of stuff I'm expecting from Resource. Maybe not the best team plays, but Resource is an incredible player on his own. So maybe a couple of good solo plays can bring our Legacy some victory. Because, of course, remember, if they do lose this series, they go down and they go down into the losers bracket. They will be facing, if I'm correct, Team Solid at that point.
Team Solid indeed. So that small bit of grey text. A small gap on that bracket waiting to be filled in, but so is that upper final. So is many of the teams wondering who will be finally up there. How many predictions was right from the pre-show? I'm telling you, probably very few, as EGG was the side that many predicted to be in there. As that pass into the middle, and that will be an excellent save here out of his ears now to get the ball going for the second goal, the second attack. Unfortunately, it's slightly died down a bit.
Juju can't get it past, and now Prive trying to dribble it all the way inside, but the ball was just a tiny bit too wide. Juju passing to the middle, Reserves has the shot and brings them back to just 1 goal difference.
It's nice to see Frank playing. Spicy, a lovely touch right across here and blocked any potential dangers away from the counter. 3-2, we're back within touching distance with under a minute 2 here, and I don't want to curse this game saying this is again getting closer and closer, but generally the quality has ramped up, and that shot slightly wide, and it will be Perth to get it wide, away from danger as well too. A nice pop-up as well here by Reserves. Everything is still to play for.
Put up, it's Prive pushing it back down. Juju to pass it into the middle, but there are 2 people on top of each other right there, but the ball gets still to Prive. Is this the third? No, this one gets blocked by NKS. Reserves puts the ball back into the middle. There's Juju, but Juju went a tiny bit too quick for his own liking, meaning LU has an opportunity, passing to the middle. Reserves can't get to it, and Psy makes the lead 2 goals again.
You saw the way he jumped, trying to get that touch away for the save, and unfortunately cannot get there. It's going to be a cruelty of the game here. And frankly, to say Irie Legacy got themselves back into this game is the sight. Oh dear. Is this going to be a moment here where another potential moment of a blunder happens and it's 3-3? Finally, calm heads prevail. They've shown it. And game 1 will move in the direction that Spooks will be happily grinning from cheek to cheek.
Can't get to it, doesn't even need to get to it. Let's just let the ball drop on down or keep it up and score 1 more. I don't think anyone really cares too much as Frank drops it down himself. Probably still sad that there is no Jennifer, but they will be having to move on. Just as TT Willhaben moves on with a 1 game lead.
Really, Jennifer played such a big role.
We do.
Yeah,
In our
we
hearts, Jennifer is always remembered.
I'm just taking a moment's silence there for our passing of Jennifer, sadly, but Irie Legacy, they've been passed away as well too in game 1. It's a bit of a shame here when you have Previers onto the pitch. You expect something to be better here, and frankly, we didn't expect anything less than what the other semi-final, but yet they've disappointed me already.
You are quite easily disappointed anyway, Danny, so that's no surprise. And while Danny lets out a sigh of disappointment, Reserves is trying to fix that disappointment all by himself. Can he do that? Well, no, he does bring the ball into the middle. No one there to finish it off as Prive. To the side, LU won't allow him to go too much further. And KS onto the ball once again. Ball into a danger spot, especially for Reserves. Prive, can he finish it? He does!
Finally does, finally gets it in, and Gandhi finally scores. He has achieved world peace. Everybody is happy. It's a 1-goal lead for Irie Legacy.
Beautiful. It's always beautiful to see that Gandhi costume coming out to play once again. But it is for TT Willhaben a dangerous position to be in. You're now the ones that have to chase. It is indeed Irie Legacy taking the lead now. Psy, in an awkward position, leaves it over for NKS, who gets the ball fully gone all the way to the orange half, where Gandhi himself gets 1 touch, but not enough. Psy, back into the middle. LU, can he finish it off? No, Frank blocking him off.
Just thinking of a moment if anybody just tuned in and has no context of what's going on at the moment. Stay tuned. There will be plenty more surely off it, and Frank getting that one away here, and Perp waiting patiently at the moment here. The goal scorer right to the backboard it will be. No follow through, and Razier's missing that one. The surprise. No touch connection and back into middle, so maybe we'll see the counter finally breathing.
Ali putting it up for Psy. The ball drops back down in front of the goal once again. Reserves puts it to the side. And lets Prive take it fully away. And now with 100 boost ready to go. He just takes another 100 boost. Doesn't get the hit on the ball. Doesn't need to as Frank does it all alone. But no shot to be seen. Reserves puts it on the back wall once again. Is there a shot from Prive? The shot is there and the goal line save is there too.
Frank with another continuous play here. It should have arguably been 2-1. And there's Perv to follow through. A cheeky shot at least placed onto it. Infield path, and Per has to turn onto it. And nobody touching the ball. This isn't the 1v1 that Spooks and I had. This is meant to be the upper semi-final.
Well, at least they touched the ball right here. And this one might go in. It just rolls on in. LU getting his name on the score sheet and does a cheeky little wall dash.
I'm just thinking if Barney was on right now, one of my sort of disappointing faces just straight down would be displayed right now with that quality. But frankly, to some extent, it's nice to see that it's 1-1. It's about time we see these two teams at least give each other the taste of their own medicine, but I want it cleaner.
Well, cleanliness is maybe not what is going to be happening tonight, especially with the demos coming out as well. People are not going to be allowing much to be going on. NKS puts it to the side from Reserves. There comes the demo from Juju. Prive, shot into the middle. There's Reserves waiting. Gets the shot on target, and that's what you expect of him.
Nice to see the Gandhi pass right across, giving a bit of an olive branch. Moves in right across rears to get it in. Back in front, back within the lead here for Irie Legacy. Now it's just a case on, can they build on what they've actually sowed into the ground?
Cyber to 50%. Can he get it past Frank? No, he cannot. As the ball from NKS goes high. Reserves in an awkward position. Still gets one touch. But the ball goes into a dangerous position. But of course, Gandhi will keep his team calm. Elio passing to the middle side. Can't get to it. This might be the third. It is the third. Reserves says thank you very much. And it's 3-1 for TT Willhaben. TT Willhaben for Irie Legacy.
You might sense a bit of bias casting here for this particular team.
Day. It's been a long day.
I know, it's usually a long day, it is, yeah.
Yeah?
We've spent too much time together, we have the same joke.
I am Danny, you are Spooks, what is going on? Well, we don't know. What we do know is that it's 3-1, almost a 4-1 reserves. But Frank now puts it back high once again. Is there a pass? Yes, there is, but it's on to Gandhi himself. But nowhere to be seen with this attack. Right? Is it hype? Sai follows it up once again. Frank not allowing the escape from their own half from TT Willhaben.
There's there and an infield pass. Perth with a touch at least. No second, however. And that should be a counter right down here. And Frank, also known as Yuji, will have a ball right to the back line. Perth to whip it in here. Surely drops her a bump onto any of the attacking players here. Would be detrimental to them, but the defence holds and NKS back on the attack on the other end here. We've seen both of the nets exposed, but nobody willing to take a shot either.
Well, for Irie Legacy, they don't really need another shot. They are 3-1 in the lead, last minute counting down. But on the other end, TT Willhaben, you need to be acting now or you will be losing this game. You'll be allowing Irie Legacy to come back into this as Juju takes the control. Demo coming out from Rife as well. It seems that Gandhi has gone away from love and peace and has gone to violence as Reserves gets another pass to himself and gets the third for himself.
Are we going to see Warlord Gandhi, the legend from the civilization himself? Will we actually see that tonight? We might see destruction, and who knew Gandhi was going to be the one to do so?
Oh, Warlord Gandhi. I can just imagine already. I can't imagine his team doing too much worse right now as Elio in a position to score, but Gandhi himself is not allowing it right now. And guess, ball drops down. It's a demo coming out as well, but the save is there as well. And the effect from reserves, I mean, you cannot put that in any other way than a very positive effect.
Certainly so. But I'm just sitting here, truly it's all from their inspiring leader. And he continues on to the ball here as the clock will tick down here. We will for a second consecutive time on the stream, and finally it might be a bit more normal to say 1-1. We have now timed things up quite nicely. Will we be poised to see this one continue rocking back and forth? We don't know, but reveres the fact that's certainly playing a lot of dividends.
Just want to give you a tiny bit of a stat right now. This is TT Willhaben's first lost game that they played in. You heard me right. First lost game. So far, they have won every single game they've played, apart from the forfeit loss they had.
Just let that settle in. What a stat that is. Especially going into the series. Spicy the context of this when we talk about the top three as well too. I says we shouldn't be focusing necessarily just until we get into the business end. We're approaching near enough that moment here from game 4 onwards as who can handle the pressure to reach that top 3 spot. This will be the pivotal game in this series for certainty, as will be NKS to start things off.
And yes, dropping the ball down. Can there be a finish? Reserves, it's the post and out. And Frank making the second save, keeping them alive. And that was a good initial push from TT Willhaben. Got a pass into the middle. It's on to Elio, but Elio actually tries to fake it and it works out. Takes out Frank. Reserves in an awkward position, but he had Prive, also known as Candy, there to help him out.
Also known as Jennifer.
A man of many names. Or a girl, since Jennifer. But we are not the ones to judge.
Well, of many names, you could just left it there.
No. I just want to reiterate Jennifer. She will be missed.
I know. We had a moment silent for Jennifer.
I need more.
All right, well, you stay quiet there for the next couple of seconds, maybe even the minute too. This game has been quiet, to be fair. We haven't seen a goal just yet, and Rivers, who we've talked about briefly as that standout player, has certainly shown up onto the stage here, and Frank decides to play it all the way back to him. Still control. This is maybe the Rivers effect here, and there's Perth right up to drop it. No second, and there is Frank. Jennifer would be proud of that touch, and with that time, it will be Irie Legacy to take the lead proper.
She would be proud of that. She would be proud of that. Finally, Frank getting on the score sheet. He was the only one from his team not having scored just yet, if I'm correct. It has mostly been reserves, and one time has been Prive, but I mean, we all will remember Prive shot, of course. The Gandhi logo, the Gandhi picture showing up, beautifully done. But it is once again Irie Legacy taking the lead, and TT Willhaben being a bit shocked, almost, it looks like.
Potentially. And so far, when we've only had at this sort of interview stage as well too, we've only had two captains, two coaches coming in as well too. We haven't rarely seen anybody else at this point in time, because they always consistently win here in Irie Legacy. Like to continue further on too, and all three of them hopped into the booth after their last win based on Streamwise, and talked about how well they were performing and what the future will be containing for them. But will it be the upper final as Frank here moves into the play here, bump to the keeper, and unfortunately not the shot to reward the second goal.
Sion to NKS, you see those pre-jumps coming out once again. LU pass down to the middle, but Prive was quicker than anyone else, and means the ball bounces back onto the blue half. Resource puts it back in front, and there is Prive making his second, and the second for Irie Legacy.
And just like that, and in many ways, following Gandhi's footsteps will be key for Irie Legacy. He has outlet it right across here. And we'll see what is left in store on this series alone.
I'm wondering what our broadcaster's obsession is with Gandhi's feet, but I won't think too much into it.
You're one to talk. I've seen your community and your matches as they say.
We won't talk about my community.
Oh.
The less said about my community, the better, Danny. Well, at least Elio is trying to create something. Pass into the middle. Reserves once again blocking it off. And there comes once again NKS not getting past it. And it seems that, well, the problems I expected from Irie Legacy was that they wouldn't be able to get together as a team that much. Well, it seems the problem has fully disappeared.
Certainly so. That's our earlier question on will it be the full roster or not, and will it be easy or not, and potentially revenge. I'm not saying it when they might not get that opportunity later on today. Here they are in a bit of difficulty here as Perth gets the defensive touch, sends it high up as well. No follow through. Perth this time will smother the ball, hugging it into the corner, passes it middle, especially when Alu is there waiting for it. Brave from Gandhi.
Ball bounces down for LU. There's still a possibility, but the minutes are counting down. The time is ticking away as Frank passes the ball high once again, wasting even more time. Prive can't get to it. It's Psy himself. Reserves gets the shot on target, then a bit too high, but it's still just non-stop Irie Legacy just forcing the time to tick down more and more and more. And LU now putting the ball into the middle. Is there a follow-up from NKS? Yes, there is, but Reserves has an easy time saving that. And I don't want to be the one to say it, but I will be the one to say it. This game might already be done.
Sorry, can somebody check that's a real Spooks? He very rarely, or sorry, let me correct myself, he never calls it early.
This tournament I have done that because it's, I can. I feel like I can.
Okay. You feel like you can.
Because I've been
Have
correct
you
both
finally
times.
grown up a little bit?
No. Seems that the one that keeps taking away my age is you. You keep growing older, well, I will forever stay this perfection.
The smile on Spooks right now when he said that was unbelievable, but it's nice to know that I'm the elixir of life. But unfortunately, life will not be giving to the opposition here, because TT themselves here effectively are out of their lives right now. They only have one left here. They will be on the verge of dropping to the losers bracket. This is best of 5. It hasn't snuck up into a best of 7 scenario just yet. That's only on day number 4. It will be Irie Legacy to maybe do the unthinkable.
Well, if they can, it would be some type of upset. On paper, it wouldn't be. No one would have ever seen this as an upset. Both these teams fully deserve to go to the upper finals. But seeing how dominant TT Willhaben has been and has looked this tournament, this definitely could be seen as one. But then again, the impact that Resurse has brought to Irie Legacy is, well, nothing less than exceptional.
That's true. But we're just going to have to take a moment because we haven't seen Jennifer. We've only seen Gandhi up in front and attacking. Irie Legacy.
You complain
no.
about me. You
Yes,
complain about me talking about Jennifer.
Yes, because Jennifer wasn't yours. I'm sorry to tell you that.
She will be no one's right now. You will have to do with Gandhi at this point, Daddy. What?
Oh, is there enough emotes in the world, Daily Express, that potentially might be going on? Oh, who knows? Who knows? But Spooks, we're finally at the business end of this semi-final.
Oops, I can't get the shot on target. And speaking about Gandhi, I think you might be having to fight with our producer, seeing his obsession with the feet of Gandhi.
No, I'm just enjoying the emotes that Perth has handily provided himself here with Gandhi on the go here. I didn't know you have the ability to take him home with you, but apparently you can today. Maybe if you would like to subscribe to Gandhi, of course, Perth on Twitch, feel free to do so, or Ewan on Irie Legacy, feel free to do so as well too, of course. That's a thank you to them who have helped the logistics side as well, the broadcasting needs, and VisionGaming for setting things up as the tournament 2nd edition. But that was a world-class save in the minute gone by too.
Reserves with 0 boost, and you can see how much TT Willhaben still respects him. Even if the man is on 0 boost, he is such a menace that you just have to respect that and have to be calm and collected when you approach him. As this ball gets put to the side, it's Ellie with the control. Can he get it over Frank? He does get it past Frank, but not past Reserves, getting the save once again. As Gandhi gets exploded and punished out of this world. Frank putting it in front of the net once again. Is Reserves there? Of course he is.
Just give credit to the pass as well too. NKS, no control. Needed to get an A touch onto the second one just to make the ball bobble. Doesn't. And Irie Legacy, we talked about Aopik Gaming earlier being unbeatable. They were, and frankly, TT Willhaben. Oh, that's going to be stuck into it. My apologies to the franchise, the org, and all the people who work in there. It's just one of those names that's struggling in my head at the moment. But what is struggling is their performance in the semi-final. They haven't got the right play at the right moments.
Well, this might be the right play that you needed, but again, 3 defenders are there in its path. Reserves gets it past NKS, looks a bit out of it right now. Elyu getting bumped away. It's up for Psy now, but of course, Reserves hasn't had enough and just goes for him as well now. And Prive has a shot opportunity, not getting it past Elyu. Reserves once again keeping the pressure alive, keeping it going. NKS has the control, flicks it over one, but Frank puts it to the side. Luckily enough for TT Willhaben, it's Elyu there, lying in wait. And they are getting slowly onto the offensive side, but those bumps are not helping. Those passes clearly will be helping, but the shot not on target, and the follow-up, Reserves gets it from there anyway.
One of the incredible players who doesn't get the respect he does. Reserves, excellent save, but the job's not over just yet. Yeah, the attack still looking to break through. We've seen a treble commit in the defensive earlier today. Haven't quite seen it just there. Reserves will be no post, no rejection. The only thing he will accept is a goal, and he has happily taken that.
It's just the Reserve show at the moment. I don't like talking about just one individual player all that often.
Well, we've been talking about Jennifer.
Yeah, but Jennifer's an exception.
Okay.
You want to know who's also an exception at this moment?
Jennifer.
Reserves. He's just looking that good.
Thought it was so cool we'll mention Jennifer twice, but apparently not. But Rears is just as good as Jennifer, if not better, which is almost blasphemy to say so here. But here is a shot here. And rejection one more time here. 2 minutes and under. If Irie Legacy can hold on to it, a top 3 guarantee. That's all they have to do. Surely they don't think about that and make a few slip-ups.
Well, it needs to be quick for TT Willhaben. If you lose this one, you're down under to the losers. You allow Irie Legacy to go up for that winners final and guarantee themselves a top 3 spot. Research trying to guarantee it right here, right then. But the shot got saved side. Not in the best position, and NKS has to help him out. Just using so much boost, and the ball is just handily given to Gandhi himself.
Frank down, unfortunately, and it will be met at the midline here. Raziers, who's been Spooks describe it, it's his show, it's his stage, it's his time to shine, but the other two has supported well enough here in this act of 3 here. 60 seconds here to find 2 goals. That's on target. Raziers to move it down. Fox was doing an excellent job for his team earlier. Raziers is doing a better job right now to hold the mighty of 2.
There's a good pass to NKS, but Priv saw it coming, puts it away, and Reserves has the control now. Can he get another touch? He does. He gets it away from his own half almost. But Psy not allowing to go too far, but with 30 seconds and counting, it's gonna be maybe be too little too late. TT Willhaben needs to find a goal now, not a second later, because every second that passes, it's just gonna make everything harder, and even harder.
Frank runs away. Our Legacy not running away from the task here to keep the pressure on here, and that might just be it here. The whistle is into the mouth. We will hear the full time to be blowing, but Razier's not done yet. It's not done trying to punish here, but the clock is in the impossible time. The whistle has gone. We thought the 2 teams that were near enough unbeatable have been beaten in the upper semi-final, and our Legacy has a date in the upper finals to attend.
You want to know something, Danny? With this victory, we will have a total of 0 rematches in this tournament so far. 0. Not a single rematch has been played just yet.
That's just the madness of it. Maybe, just maybe, if time is permitted, we would love to see some potential revenge being dished out, maybe on a separate day. But so far here, Spooks, teams have came out to play. The ones that were considered favourites are struggling right now in the losers bracket. The ones who done well in the 2 group stages, they're hanging on about. But are they going to be strong enough when that loser final is appearing later on our stream? But what an upper final we're going to have.
In the MonkeySquad against Irie Legacy, 2 teams who you may have been expecting in the top 3, especially Irie Legacy with the roster they have with the subs, but now they're playing for whoever will make it to the grand final. But for now, they still need to play that match, and for TT Willhaben, you're not done just yet. You have to play Team Solid down in the lower quarterfinals, and then you can fight your way all the way back.
A fight waiting for them. A brawl, certainly in the upper finals as well too. But that does mean we have to take time for refreshments. A break is required. An upper final semi. No, true upper final. I think the lobby's already prepared, Spooks. We might as well get this show ready and going here, but the breaks require maybe a word or 2 here. We might see Jennifer, hopefully. time to be alive. What a time to have your heart pumping at the moment, because we've had 2 semi-finals. We're approaching our second semi-final. You might just see a person ready and waiting. But unfortunately, I bring some sad news as well too. And ladies and gentlemen, we've just been informed of the passing of Bob. He was a great player. He was an excellent member of the community, but no longer as well too. It's a shame because Jennifer was as well too, and unfortunately they are dropping like flies, but not in this tournament. And Frank, being the only survivor here at the moment, how does it feel?
I actually feel a bit lonely. Like, it's hard to be alone. I'm already doing everything on the field, and I'm alone. It's hard.
Well, talking about on the fields, and of course your missing comrades, I apologize for that, of course. But you've gotten a new one in reserves, and he has been fitting in quite well. Have you guys done like some scrims beforehand to get get comfortable with one another and know how to play with him, or was it just go and bang, it works?
We went go and bang, and it worked. We played one ranked game before just to make sure it worked, and yeah, it worked. Almost
I'm
perfect.
changing my name to Frank if it works that well. I'm just jealous at the moment. I've sadly lost the ones match here to Spooks, so I'm upset here. But going into this match here, I don't want to be disrespectful to you, and I don't mean this in any way, but when we heard the pre-show a long time ago, which is only 3 days effectively now, nobody put your team in this position, neither MonkeySquad, and yet both you are top 3 guarantee. One, surely it feels great here, but there's surely more left in the tank here. You've got Reveres now. It almost feels like you're re-energized to go again for some more high-level games, it feels like.
Yeah, I think Reveres was like the booster that helped us, and we feel all confident of the future. We feel ready for this winner bracket final, and we want to finish it for today and see you guys tomorrow again. And yeah, I think that we are ready, and like people should put a coin on us.
I'm just enjoying the confidence. We very rarely get to hear that. Put a coin on us.
Nice.
I mean, can we get the predictions up already now? I'm ready to put in all of what I've got here, which is about 2.6k, I think it is. But feel free, everybody else. But Juju, if we don't mind going back to the non-rebranded version of yourself as well too. Any final words, or would you like to play a song here on the flute here, as MonkeySquad's clearly going to get beaten by us here?
Oh, just a small one.
Okay.
He just has it ready.
2021's near quite over, and many people may have their conversations on the moment of this esport of their highlight clips. I know Wikipedia right now is doing, I think, their best 30 moments. The fact that they haven't included one of this is a damn shame, because it's been a fabulous tournament here by VisionGaming, second invitational, of course, with very much the great help and part with Irie Legacy. Spooks, I didn't think we would get to this stage here, to the upper finals. I thought this at one stage, and we'll be truthfully honest with everybody, originally it was meant to be Jam and I casting this, and probably would have been not as jokey, as jovial. We'll miss him greatly, of course. It would have been great to see him into the booth, but just to let you know, everybody, it's been fabulous having everybody here so far, but this is when it gets really serious, because we are now in the prize pool territory.
Danny, you're talking about serious.
Yeah.
Just seen Gandhi feats.
Yeah.
Most of the game has been about Jennifer.
That was only the semi-final. Who would have think we would have anything planned for the upper final? Not us, surely.
Well, Lethal is already flirting with me in chat. We've just seen Frank rejoining once again.
So, all that we find out is that Spooks is going to have a date set up ready. We don't know if he's getting picked up or not. Although, if you are the owner or the father or mother of Spooks, please do collect him. It's past his bedtime already, but we might not have bedtime just yet. As on your screens for the entirety of this, you have seen the bracket. EGG has moved up. There is a ready position. We're still waiting to find out what team saw, and likewise from our previous loser of the semi-final will do. But there's still one more thing to talk about. This matchup here. What's going to happen? Best of 5. Let's not forget about this here. And Spooks, what's left?
Okay, I'll talk first about MonkeySquad. I'll let the other one be your cup of tea. It's Tabs. Not Tabs. Tabs is still waiting for another interview. He's been patiently... He has that code on lockdown. He's just waiting to get in once again. On the other end, Flaxy, Lethal, and Revenge. We've seen them before. We've seen how great they are. And on the other end, Irie Legacy, I'll let you handle the Gandhi team.
Well, I certainly will. What a team this is. You have Frank, Raziers, and the foreign player known as Jennifer. Known as Gandhi, as also Perth as well too, who was such an instrument in the last performance so far. They were a joy to see as well too. But with everything that has been said, what everything is going to be done, this is the upper final. We are in prize pool territory, and if they lose here, we will see them at least one more time today here. Day 4 awaits them. They will have the luxury of knowing who their opposition and able to plan ahead. The first time, I think most teams are able to do that, bar the end of the group stage.
The ball gets put to the side. Revenge gets a bump at least, but Reserves trying to push this back and forth once again. But Flexi now with the control, but the ball bounces down right in front of the net. No one able to catch up to it. The shot is there from Frank, but Flexi with the save. And a pass back, well, it went all the way to nothingness, and Reserves now has to do a 50. Flexi pushes it up once again. Perf back away to the blue side. And this is typically what you see from game number 1, Danny. The bit of boom ball being played, a bit of trying to be secure in defense.
If they are able to do it, why not? This is the moment where you play your entire day of the tournament and try to reach this stage here. You don't want to be thrown away, so understandably so. Well, we see the Revere show likewise, but that's a passing opportunity, and who knew Gandhi was once more looking a bit of violence today.
Well, it's someone else looking for a bit of violence. Reserves and Flexi getting a demo on Frank this time around as Priv puts the ball back into the middle. Reserves was quicker, but not on target, meaning that it's up for Frank now. Taking the control, but Flexi blocking him off. And it's Reserves passing to the middle, but there was no one there. The passes have not been fully on point. But what we saw last time as well with Irie Legacy, they may need a game to just warm themselves up again. But once they were warmed up, it is such a dangerous team.
Frank and Lethal on the side flank there, trying to move down here. Well, we've finally reached the pass where we're past the hand warmers and go into a full moment of true bit of gameplay here. It's half the game finally gone by. We haven't really seen a true shot on target. And Mariers is hovering around there, waiting to see what's going to fully deliver. And when you have that quality, you can afford to take the time.
Well, this ball ends up in the middle. Flexi not getting the best of touches as it goes back into his own half. But he has the control right here. Reserves is coming down quick. But it went under him for a bit as Prive gets the clear all the way back onto the blue side. It's Lethal now going high. Can he get a second touch? No, the ball gets dropped down. But Revenge has the control. Puts it back forth once again. Priv and Reserves just taking their time. Taking the patience. And that is very important in these games. Number one, as this ball goes into the middle. There are two people up. Lethal onto Flexi. But the ball was not gotten.
Patience, such a cruel skill that has to be learnt the hard way, especially with years under your belt here. But there's some people able to have natural ability of it, or either that they're extremely bored and playing the card game. Either way, here it's Reserves playing himself into the play. Unfortunately, not the follow through to the top right shot at the corner, and Revenge just tips it away here. He has been pretty much rock solid the entirety of the tournament. But the first time we're seeing him slightly a bit nervous.
Well, it's Frank. Can he hold his nerves as the bump comes out as well? But the Revenge still getting this save. And the ball gets pushed to the side. Sadly enough for MonkeySquad, it is Reserves once again with the control. Pass down to Perf. But the shot not there to be found. And the demo opens up the goal. Can Flexi finish it off? Frank with the goal line save.
Lethal to go back into it. Reserves to drop all the way to. And Revenge was described as in a slump at one point. Let's not forget that by the interview. And that might just be, unfortunately, a deploy perhaps here. But this ball back into middle and Reserves going for another bump here.
Revenge getting a bit of a hustle with the goalpost and being in an awkward spot right here. Zero boost to boot and this ball is right in the middle. Is there a shot? Reserve shoots it, but the post denying him. Lethal now taking him up to the side. Can he set up? Well, not too much. Just perfect. Gives it away to Flexi, and he gives it away to Frank. Everyone is handing out Christmas gifts. It's just a tiny bit too late.
I didn't get one.
Oh, boo-hoo, Danny.
Oh, I see how it is.
I tried to give you a Christmas gift, but you were too bad in the 1v1, so it didn't happen.
Ah, that's okay. That being said and done here, there has been no gift giving, there has been no celebration of any kind. It has been grumpy, it's been miserable, and we're not just talking about Spooks' taste in films, of course. It is 0-0, game number 1 in OT.
Oh, perfect. Looking to take control as we ignore what Danny just said. We move on to this overtime. Lethal can't get the pass on, but if Zero Boost is always going to be very hard. Frank getting it over one, giving it to Perf, and actually saying no, Reserves can take this shot. But the shot is just a giveaway to Flexi, who has taken the control, looking for maybe another touch down to the ground. Perf putting it up once again. Good touch right there, but nothing to follow it up with. This means that the awkwardness that we've seen so far in this game one keeps going on. Whoever will be making the first big mistake will probably be scored on.
And there's Reserves, and that's in. It's not really a mistake here. It was Gandhi looking for a bit of medal. Who knew? It's Robot Gandhi, perhaps.
Okay, first we have War Gandhi. Now we have Robot Gandhi. What are we gonna get more? Is it gonna be Zombie Gandhi?
I don't know if they do a massive comeback, I suppose.
Oh god. Well,
Said you were going to ignore me.
As the tiredness is kicking inside of me, mostly due to Danny, the tiredness cannot be kicking in for MonkeySquad. You need to wake yourself up. You cannot let Irie Legacy walk away from this. Of course, first game going to overtime. You don't want that. You want to finish it off in the regulation time. Maybe you can do it in game number 2.
Well, potentially in game 2 would be ideal. Spooks describe it as a mistake. It will be punished on to it. And he also described it was the rear show, and everything up from the semi-final has been accurate on those words alone here. As Flexi moves across here, Revenge hovering around and Lethal to the back wall here, and unfortunately Lethal not waiting around for anything.
Resurse gets the ball back up. It's Frank with the follow-up. Can he get the double? Doesn't even need it. But the shot was a tiny bit too high. And the follow-up from Perf, not good enough. It's Revenge. Gets the flip reset. Can he get one more touch? No, he cannot. As Resurse puts it back onto the blue half. It's Frank now with the follow-up. Can he get it into the middle? He does get it into the middle, but sadly enough for him, no teammate to follow up that shot. And once again, Perf gets destroyed. I think we will be getting Zombie Gandhi quite much sooner than I expected.
Oh, so when I do is again the alternative, it's disappointment, but when you get to do it's clever.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I see how it is. Joe, I also I see as well too.
What do you see, Danny?
Still sadness from the 3-2 loss from earlier.
That sadness is gonna stick a lot for a bit. Don't you worry.
Oh, I know Spooks well enough, and I'm probably going to say it on Calculator Ball Chasing later on as well too. When you look under the list of replays, that will be the scoreline that will hunt. But 0-0 has been hunting both of these two teams in Game 1, and likewise in Game number 2.
I think for MonkeySquad, what is important is that they have been able to shut down Reserves, who we have seen can just be a menace all by himself. They have been able to do that much, but so far they haven't been able to get out of their own half, and this is exactly what happens when Gandhi shows up.
Who knew the golden striker Gandhi has finally put his shooting boots on here. Barely seen in the semi-final, back into it, and look at that specimen finally gleaming and glistening.
I would wonder how shiny that head was that day. You don't?
No, I'm not thinking that.
Oh, well, I guess there's one of us then. Revenge, trying to get one goal for himself. Lethal, pushing it back forth onto the orange half. Can he get another touch? No, he cannot, and leaves it for Flexi this time around. Pass into the middle, not good enough. Reserves ain't allowing that.
It's been quite a lot of not having it. And Lethal still rejecting any defensive duty here as his MonkeySquad back into the attacking side of things there. And there, Perth almost a bit sluggish off the wall here. Lethal. Sorry, I'm just trying to work out, was that meant to be a shot there? If so, where's the net?
That's still better shooting than what we have done before, Danny.
No, at least most of our shooting on our ones match was on target.
But Flexi onto Lethal, shot is there. Reserves again blocking it off before it can happen. Revenge putting it in middle, the shot was there but a tiny bit too high, and Frank and Reserves trying to work together, maybe holding hands, but maybe not the smartest idea what to do that in a match, but they're still 1-0 up.
And Revenge over to the side here, and this might just be the slump. That was unfortunately the wrong timing here by Revenge, but his teammates needs to pick up just on the off chance if that is the case here, as Razier's around. Frank hopping a skip where it beats Lethal. What Frank can do here, unfortunately no flute to play on. It will be Lethal to get a bump at least here. Feels he achieved that one, and MonkeySquad, as much as we've been a credit to them, they have yet to produce the goods at all.
Yes, it is, and it's with 1 minute left, or at least closing down on the 1 minute. They still haven't scored yet, and they're still looking for their first goal in this matchup. Reserves putting it onto the backboard, and I can probably guess that Irie Legacy is going to be very happy to just take this with a 1-0 win. It's going back to the middle, down Revenge, can't get it. Reserves puts it onto the backboard. Can he get a second? No, it gets put in by himself, and there's Priv, making it the 2-0 with a bit of help from the enemy.
Told you this is a serious semi-final. Then we said it was going to be a very serious grand final. But in between this is the upper final where we were to be on the tight side of the line.
He does it again, Patrick.
Who knew Gandhi was so holy that now he is up top with wings?
I'm not even looking at my main screen anymore. I'm just waiting for what the broadcaster has to bring up now. Well, I don't see anything. That's sad. I'm kind of disappointed. Maybe he wasn't expecting such a quick goal once again from Gandhi himself. Okay, we get a tiny face real quick. I'll be happy enough with that.
You've annoyed Gandhi with that. You can't expect Gandhi to score every time. He's very forgiving.
He's very holy, we saw before.
Yeah, very holy.
We may be running out at this point. Is he going to be running out of candy faces? I think no one really expected Rift to score this much.
Have you revealed Gandhi's true identity live on broadcast?
I mean, I've been calling him Priv for like the entire series anyway.
Ah, who knew this was going to be today? And today of all days, this was not the upper final any of us expected here. But what a performance here by Irie Legacy.
How happy I am that this is the upper final we get. But Irie Legacy, 2-0 up, not having allowed a single goal from MonkeySquad. That is just insane.
The fact that that sentence, again, is one of those ones you go, that shouldn't be the case here. MonkeySquad 2 played reasonably well. Irie Legacy coming in after a win straight away, so they had the luxury of not potentially waiting. Razier has taken a step up here due to not necessarily required to play here. He was saying that how much of a carry he was in the semi-final, but he doesn't need to be the carry. He hasn't been here really at this final either. He's been the one in the backpack.
Well, maybe the backpack is enough, and maybe they've stolen the backpack from Santa himself, because it's giving quite a lot, but it's just giving a lot of punishment onto the monkey side, where they aren't be able to do something. And of course, we are not meant to get our perfect sweep, aren't we, Danny?
No. No, we are not at all. Sorry, I'm just trying to wonder, was that ladies first or FC Nessex defending again?
Probably both, to be in this combination.
I blame Arabella for that.
The man can never escape you, can he?
No.
Well, I hope at least he can escape you sometime soon. But as of right now, what isn't being escaped is the lead for MonkeySquad. They're still keeping it, pushing on to the first minute, being done lethal, not getting the shot right here perfect. It's a fake and putting it high once again. Plexi onto the side. Can he get one more touch? Gets the flip reset. Looking for a couple more into the middle. Revenge in a good position, but a tiny bit too high. And that means Reserves will get the touch and put it away.
Easily so as well too, but that goes into corner, and Perth, well, he takes a shot, should have passed it realistically. I'm just really hoping to see at one time stage that show match against Ladies versus Miss eSports. That will be a potential show match maybe in the future, because frankly, those two rosters were pretty much even based on the group stage record. But Lethal doesn't get the touch here. Is this going to be a sweep in the final, in the upper final? The teams that were beating the undefeatable. What?
What is a very well placed comment at this point. It is indeed looking likely that we're gonna have a sweep in the upper final from Irie Legacy, sweeping MonkeySquad. Unheard of things, unheard of expectations. No one really saw this coming, as Frank trying to bring it away, looking to get it into the middle, but there are two people up, and the ball gets pushed to the blue side. One more touch into the middle. Reserves finishing it off, getting his second and taking the 2-1 lead.
Just credit where it is. The pass, okay, and Lethal far too slow off the box here as well too. And interesting depiction that would certainly be as well too. And have you at least looked at Austin Powers, by the way, since we last spoke about that?
I don't want to look at that anymore.
Are we talking about the film or me?
All of it. Both of y'all.
Oh, Spooks reports it's not that easy. There's still plenty more to happen.
Well, if something is gonna be happening, I hope it happens soon, especially for MonkeySquad. That's Frank. With the control pass sit back down, at least the pass was to himself eventually. With zero boost, he's gonna try and leave this alone for Priv, who misses the ball, letting Lethal push back up. Reserves isn't gonna let that happen that easily. And Frank going up once again. Revenge bringing it back down, but getting it pushed away. I'm gonna be curious what is gonna be going on through Irie Legacy's head right now. Are they gonna be just sitting back a tiny bit more, being patient, and just letting the time tick down?
No, that's not what's going through their heads right now. Not at all.
Well, I think the only other thing I can think of what's going on through their head is one of two things: Jennifer or gun defeat.
I think the second one's just you on that moment in time. I'm just trying to work out when we will see the memory of Jennifer being fully respected here as Reserves pass to nobody. Jennifer would have scored that Reveres. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Oh, the passing play almost working out, just a tiny bit too long, tiny bit too weak. And that means Frank can push it out once again, Flexi. Onto the backboard, it's a good position, it's a good shot, but getting saved by Reserves, because good is not good enough. You need perfection at this moment to get past them.
Just spare a moment here if we have somebody doing the stats by the end of the tournament. When they go through the replays of it, they're going to have to sort through Frank, Bob, and Jennifer.
And then again Frank for one more test match.
Yeah, at least potentially one more match as well too, guaranteed by both teams. But not unfortunately going to be on equal grounds anymore. But the next, what, 60 seconds with a bit of change here. It should be a 3-0 sweep here, but will this side here that we've seen plenty of upsets from MonkeySquad do one more here?
They're looking to get something created, pass down to Flexi. Flexi misses the ball and leaves it up for Frank. Frank has an opportunity to pass it back again to Perf, but the shot not to be found as Lethal takes it over Resource. This may be the setup that you were looking for. One more touch into the middle, but getting saved by Frank. Denied. And this may have been the one final true chance they've had as this ball gets pushed all the way back. We are under a minute at this point. Creating chances need to be done quick or you will be going down.
Frank, soft touch over the Reveres. Range and Lethal. Almost unfortunately playing the music that Reveres want to at the moment here. There's Frank. Delay once more. 20 odd seconds. The idea of time management. We spoke about that a few times in key matches. This is certainly one, and that needs to be a clearance. It is, and Lethal not moving at Gandhi over to Frank, and right now we see Reveres to stick one more in. Not yet.
Lethal putting it up. Can Revenge get to this? No, leaves it alone, but at least gets the demo. It's Flexi. One touch. Can he get another? He needs another, but the ball drops down. And Irie Legacy sweep the upper finals and secure their spot onto tomorrow in the grand final.
Incredible performance by Irie Legacy. They came in, they done the job, and they'll move on. And we will see at least Irie Legacy hopefully one more time. Whether it's a full team or not, we will find out shortly enough here. MonkeySquad has a difficult problem here, Spooks. They've got to play and wait a period of time, especially with a loss now to their name and a proper one now in this playoffs.
It hasn't been the first time they have been swept, and they have come back from that time as well. But now they go down. They have a bit of waiting time. They can relax a tiny bit. They can just keep themselves at ease, keep their minds at ease, and just reset them and think about, hey, what can we do to fix our problems and move on and get ourselves into that grand finals?
Well, especially that grand finals, but to spare a moment, Irie Legacy is probably feeling quite a lot of relief spicing these situations here, but Spooks, you've got to tip your hats off here. A top 3, that's guaranteed. Might as well say top 2 as well too. They are now in the upper finals, day 4 guarantee. I would be interested enough if Juju can play another bit of the tune here, because it was a true goodbye from them.
This is the emergency broadcast system. The CDC is advising that you stay in your home.
We show up. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party.
Found you when your heart was broke. I filled your cup until it overflowed. Took it so far to keep you close. I was afraid to leave you on your own. I said I can't you if you fall. And if they laugh then fuck them all. And then I got you off your knees, put you right back on your feet, just so you can take advantage of me. And tell me how's it feel sitting up there, feeling so high but too far away to hold me. You know I'm the one who put you up there, the name in the sky. Does it ever get lonely? Thinking you can live without me. Thinking you can live without me. ever get lonely, thinking you can live without me, thinking you can live without me. Baby, I'm the one who put you up there. I don't know why. Thinking you can live without me, live without me. Baby, I'm the one who put you up there. I don't know why. I'm sad inside, but I know it's for the best, right? You had to realize where you drew the line. I would cross the line 1,000 times. You got what I need, babe. I need your spotlight. Along the lines of social suicide, I refuse to die, not by your side. So I'll take what I can from you, then I'll lie. Insane to lose your dreams for another time. I still hate it when you're not there. I know I should, but no, I don't care. I still hate it when you're not there. This life's not fair, took advantage of. Tell me how to feel, sitting up there. I'm feeling so high, but too far away to hold me. You know I'm the one who put you up there. A name in the sky, does it ever get lonely? Thinking you can live without me, thinking you can live without me. Baby, I'm the one who put you up there. I don't know why.
Gave you too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed. Let me all of the pain seems to follow like a shadow, dark and cold to the touch. Am I insane not to let go? Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the moss. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep running. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. 'Cause you got me Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep running. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 'cause you got me holding. Even if I lost all my money.
Welcome back. It might be a slight notice to a change of schedule. We could have sat here for an hour and waited, but why not show you an extra match here, because we will see the winner of this one waiting for the future after our upper final been sorted as well too. I'm not going to sit here and muck around, to be truthfully honest with you, Spooks, because the bracket has almost looked like it's been sorted out here. Teams look ready as well too, because usually I ask them that question. This time I'm being told that they're ready. Do you know what? At that point in time, shall we just release them?
Yes, let's just get into it. I mean, the bracket is already at its final stages. I think everyone at this moment knows who's playing. Let's get into it. Let's just jump into it. Let's get ready. Let's go underway with game number 1. It's gonna be an interesting one. Of course, EGE against TT Willhaben. EGE, for people who don't know, Fleek, Taz, and now as well Morix playing. And TT Willhaben, well, we've seen them already today. We know who's playing. It's still the same team of LU and Kes. And no, it's not the same team. It seems Futura has joined the lineup.
Well, there might be a potential moment where a team may not feel fully ready. That loss will probably sting. It was effectively, as you said it earlier, Spooks, if you didn't count that sort of blip earlier in the group stage, they were unbeaten up until that point. And with that being moved into the case here, this is a slight surprise here. And Morgs is a fabulous player. We'll touch into him a bit more further. No Safair, however, and that there, to me, I don't know if it's necessarily a weaker team, but it's a different dynamic on the team.
The dynamic so far is clearly working. The first goal has been shown. It's Fleek putting it up front for Morgs to finish it off. And, I mean, good little finish, good quick goal. But I'm more looking at TT Willhaben, Futura playing instead of Psy. I think that might have to do maybe more with Psy maybe not feeling too good, maybe not feeling too well, and saying, "Alright, Futura, you're up."
Well, to be fair, as much as I like sometimes have a joke or a laugh or see a mishap and point it out at times here and follow up with probably a bit of analysis as well too. Ladies first, as much as their record doesn't reflect on what they did get, two of their players were sick during their tournament run so far. So I can sympathise, and that's why having the subs is useful. Fortunately, they didn't really have the subs to use on that particular day. Here, we see potentially could be working for both sides. Fresh eyes, fresh perspectives, and we might just see the second goal, and Taz cannot slip it in, but there was a defender nearby just in case it was more accurate.
You're leaving that alone with no boost to boot. He is going to have a tough time. It's Leak onto the ball, putting it back into the middle. It's NKS putting it high all the way for Futura. Can he do it alone? Gets it under one, but Taz saw it coming. The defense holding on strong and letting him transition onto offense. And look who's in the middle. It's Fleek. Can he get it? No, not quick enough.
Already past that 92nd, and Taz is up infield passing play, not moving down. So as much as Fleek didn't jump, he will have some left in the tank here. Morg's moving across here. And we barely even touched on the fact as well, playing on a laptop. I should have asked what his specs was. I'm guessing nowhere near to his standard of his usual PC.
But I would assume it's at least a good laptop. Let's be honest, I would be surprised if Morgs can pull this type of stuff off on just a bad laptop, let's be honest.
I'm just trying to work out what's the definition of a bad laptop, but I think we already know what it is. But finally, we do see an equalising goal. We finally see a slip up in defence, and perhaps the laptop not as strong as it was earlier.
What I'm looking at mostly in this game tonight, Danny, is that this is a match that I can see go for a sweep for either side at this moment in time. Whichever team wins the first game, I believe is going to take it all at this point, because that's just how good momentum is and how good it has looked for the ones who have had it.
Especially so, and MonkeySquad's probably been the best side, especially when momentum's going on their favour and not able to reproduce the same excellency as they provided during the entirety of the tournament. But at this 2-minute mark, they have to find another moment of greatness here as Taz. Should be a pass right across, will not take any chances. There it is, 2-1.
Blake getting his goal, and what I'm looking at right now is that Taz and Fleek and the problems we've seen when they were playing in the group stage, it seems to be no longer there. They're finding each other a bit easier. There's no weird overlap in between these players. It's now actually working quite smooth, and you can see it. They're 2-1 up against a very strong TT Willhaben side.
Just shows you what a player can do when especially they have the freedom. Taz, free and wiling right now at the defence of their opposition to the better. 3-1.
Looking to secure their spot, looking to get into the lower bracket final, and then maybe looking to get into the grand final to get a bit of revenge. But for now, they will have to be patient as NKS pushes the ball forward. It's Fleek putting it high once again. Is there a follow-up from Taz? Taz dropping it down. The demo is there from Fleek, but the shot getting saved.
Jarrett's down to the flank as well. And plenty of saving happening so far today is worth. And Morgs looking to require no defensive touch required from their opposition. The opponents have met it, cleared it, and downfield here. It's not as smooth, especially when Fuchira's on to the field here. And when you have the substitution, it might not just be as good here. But Taz off the line that one.
Showing he clearly hasn't unlearned his Echo Zulu days of getting goal line saves. And still being capable of doing it. This one drops on down, and this one gets past him though. NKS will put his team back within 1 goal difference.
Live Fox earlier today was the defensive rock. Taz almost as capable, if not even better. Cannot stop that one, neither does the team do so. So we'll say a volatile 5-goal game here. Then the 6th one looks like it's incoming, and that's inbound too, but everybody decides to leave it. Shocked to see that one.
Well, Aliu has another opportunity, puts it back down. NKS can't get to it quick enough, and now Taz gets a touch away from his own half, just trying to waste a bit of time and maybe gain some confidence and gain some rest into his team. NKS quicker than Fleek, but not in a good position. But here comes NKS, has an open net, but not long enough as Taz came back quick enough, and Morgs here to help him out.
Still on to pass one, not the second, as he will not be following after that defensive clear. And there for Futura, right down to the side, has to drop it down in 20-odd seconds before we see an utter blunder here in the scramble in front of net here. An excellent save, a laptop or not, he is on top of the defensive duties here.
Well, Taz has another opportunity here. Good pass from Fleek. And Fleek does it alone, but the post denies him the fourth. And it could have secured them their win. Now they have to hold on for 10 more seconds.
Simple, easy, just to hold on. Nobody would be thinking of scoring right now in these moments, bar TT at the moment. They're in defensive all the way from the back line, so we pop up here and there. I didn't feel pass for him, no T, and a goal of enjoyment. Unfortunately, all of that is fantasy. It's a 1-0 series, EGE.
EGE, the one who we expected to make the grand finals at first, then were semi-disappointed with how things turned out, is now looking good again, looking like a team that is capable of making it to those grand finals.
Potentially, those grand finals indeed. I must say, it's going to be a bit of a heartache if you got this far to lose, but to be cliche, somebody has to lose. The problem is, I don't want to be the one that says that these players are the ones who will have the action and the responsibility to carry through such acts. As for sure, straight downfield it goes here, and that's a decent passing play, but Taz already read it from the very beginning.
Good pass from Fleek onto Taz. Can he go do some offensive prowess? No, he can, but Marks is there with the shot. It hits the post and back into the net, opening it up for his team once again.
I'm starting to dislike that post.
That post has done some weird things tonight.
Might have to ask if it's regulation or does it need, pumped of air or something. It's just not responding the way others would like it right now, but there will not be a complaint here from, of course, Morgs, as he is onto the ball this time around here. A little delay tactic, but not breaking future. What just happened there?
As his ping is not doing too well, and it's going a bit weird right now, Morgs. Just letting it drop down. I think we will see a bit of a timeout coming out right now, as Taz's internet has bullied him into stopping and being in slow motion.
With that being the case here, we'll speak to the players at the moment. It's not fair, especially when the game moves on to it. We don't have admin perms off it. We'll have to check the tape at the moment specifically. I presume from when the goal moved into it, unless it happened earlier. We'll leave our admins to debate that particular side of the argument as we do depart that particular server. I don't know if it was the server or the health of it, because I know, at least from my end, and I'm pretty sure on the broadcast, we had to reconnect to the servers. Maybe the same issue happened with Taz and took a bit longer. That will be getting sorted out, and we will get to the right thing at it. By the looks of it, it's 4:20 with a 1 goal based on what has happened at the point, but we will get to that in a moment. But Spooks, it was a decent opening game. Let's not kid ourselves onto that one, but it wasn't up to the point where we want it to be continuous and more fluent with everything that's been going on at the moment.
I think for TT Willhaben's end, they're gonna take a game or two to maybe warm up with their new sub on Futura. On the other end, EGE is actually quite impressive to me right now. The way they're playing, the way they're working together, especially Fleek, has looked a lot more solid so far.
Well, potentially a lot solid as well. While this matchup is getting on to it, we might as well have a brief look into the bracket. Well, Taz gets himself sorted with the original issue as well. We might as well show you what has happened up to this point and what the stakes is on the offer at the moment, because the upper final just happened where Irie Legacy did move into that MonkeySquad waiting. We are in the loser semi-final. The top 3 is yet to be settled out at this point here, but EGG, they had a bit of an interesting route to get to this point.
Yes, they did. They lost to Irie Legacy 3-1. At that moment in time, we all thought, oh, that's just normal from how things looked. And then we saw how Irie Legacy looked against TT Willhaben, and then we were like, okay, maybe that one game that they got maybe a bit more impressive than we thought. And well, then them sweeping Atlantide wave and winning 3-2 over the unbeaten team Aopik, that puts themselves all the way here against the TT Willhaben side. And well, so far they have indeed looked more impressive than what we expected at first.
Spicy so, and I think we've been probably fans of, especially when Atlantide we have done so, but the fact that EGT was into that, the importance of the seeding of the groups and everything that get into those points. EGT had a pretty rough start here, but Irie Legacy was their upper quarter final match. And to be fair, we didn't see what happened. Of course, it was the off-stream match here. But they must have played well. Raziers has came in and has helped boost that in terms of its credentials. With Morgs being on the laptop, it's still, I'm not saying a question mark around that team, but losing that match playing Atlantide Wave probably was the best thing they could ask for.
It will indeed be, and that's probably helped them warm up and work together a lot better. I just hope to see that they can sustain that. They can continue building off from that momentum they've gained. And hopefully to them, this little hiccup with the servers will not happen again. Of course, it's just something that can happen, and it happens from time to time. But it's a tiny bit awkward. Yes, for TT Willhaben, you get a lot of free time to reset yourselves. And on the other end, you lose momentum.
Well, with that being the case, we just want to confirm with everybody as well, the players have been told EGT will get a kickoff goal effectively. That's been agreed, and then the game will continue as if normal. So a little bit additional time, so what? So not necessarily ideal, of course, under circumstances, but it's the best what we can do in these scenarios. And Spooks, probably the fairest thing as well, because it gives all the players time to respond as well too.
Of course it does, and hopefully we'll get underway with this game number 2 as quick as possible, because I think both these teams want to get going again, want to keep playing, want to keep putting on pressure onto each other. Because remember, this is a matchup to decide who will be going on to, well, the losers final really, and then on to who decides who gets to be in the grand final.
At the grand final as well too. With everything being said as well, I want to give all players, in spite of the opposition here in the form of TT, the full respects and the sportsmanship and everything handled smoothly and well to the admin team, because these type of situations can get very awkward and very much heated as well too. So it's nice to see, even in competition, the respect is there, and now we can rejoice in terms of the fun, in terms of the competition as well too, and let's hope there's no more issues here on out.
Mark's putting the ball down for himself, but Futura blocking him off. Task out to block him off again. As the ball gets put into the middle, Fleek has no opportunity because the boost wasn't enough. Going all the way back, Mark's opportunity onto Taz. Is the shot there? Taz, what a goal!
The player who had an issue, well, major issue, but unfortunately not with that rocket ship of a shot. Straight down, and the defender cannot get that one out. Thankfully, they'll have a little bit more time here, TT, to respond, or has the tea finally been spilled?
I know personally from having spoken to Taz, he's still trying to get rid of the old name of being the defensive third that he had as Echo Zulabop. If you keep scoring goals like those, that's a good way to get rid of that track record.
Certainly so, but let's not mention it then further. If he doesn't want to be referred to it, we'll respect his wishes then.
Aliu trying to set something up with Fleek, blocking him off with the demo in middle, maybe dangerous. The shot is not there, and Fleek got called off by Mercs, and that's a good bit of communication, forcing Futura all the way back to his own half. And now Fleek once again going up, and this is what I like to see. You see how much more confident this team is playing than what they were before, as NKS push it back out onto the orange half. It's Taz leaving it all alone for Fleek to take high. What can he do this time around? Well, nothing too much. Futura touch into the middle. Taz blocks it off.
Nice little pop by Taz, but not going to be further enough here. Didn't feel back down here. And Morgs will be thinking and smiling right now, because that was a gift that kept on giving here. Taz in the back line, so it's Morgs. And I'm not saying Taz makes this game look so effortless, especially when he can cup in those positions, gives his team not just an extra 1 or 2 seconds, it gives them options that are actual to play out from.
As the ball gets pushed all the way back, it's MKS dropping it back down for Futura, but Taz not allowing him to move on at all. Morgs now dropping the ball down. Fleek with the shot, being enabled right now by Morgs.
Well, let the sound ring when it can. And let Morgs feast onto that as a decent passing play. He's left that on a silver platter. 3 goals to the better. And you know what? I would hate this to be a sweep. I would hate to see everything going one directional. But when you have the quality that this team is possessing right now, it's almost difficult to even get a foothold into the game.
Elio trying to create one more opportunity, and this is where TT Willhaben is the strongest. Dropping these types of shots down for each other, and the pre-jumps are still there. Even with the sub, there's still a slight pre-jump to get to this goal.
That is the foothold that was required if they want to get back into it. Half-time, of course. 4-goal game. We've seen explosive starts here in day number 3. This one just slightly a bit more contained, reserved, and a double save required. Taz wasn't expecting that. He should have, though.
NKS gets his goal with a tiny bit of luck, maybe, as the pinch works perfectly in his favor. Landing on top of him and putting TT Willhaben right back into contention. We still have half the game to be played, and already 5 goals, Danny.
5 goals. Where have I seen that 3-2 scoreline before?
I mean, I'm not the one bringing it up right now. It's yourself.
I know, but I was letting you bring it up that time even more. Oh.
I'm not that rude. You know who maybe is a bit that rude?
Boy Arroyo?
Against NKS.
Oh.
Boy Arroyo as well, but that's not someone we won't talk about right now.
Okay. Things that we will talk about even further is that 2-minute clock and goal number 4. They did have a very strong lead, a very comfortable one. It's nice to see it's restored for their own sake.
But you are trying to be quick against Fleek, but then the defense was not on par. It wasn't there. What has happened to the TT Willhaben side? Of course, we know Futura is subbing in for Psy, so it's not their full roster playing right now. But even then, it has looked way more shaky than what we've seen in the group stages. As Futura gets a shot on target, gets saved by Morgs, passing to the middle from NKS. Fleek saw it coming, blocking it off, and can he transition this all the way back to the other side? Ooh.
I'm just sit there and work out here. And does Taz like fishing out of interest?
Why?
Because he was dangling himself like bait for far too long, and there nobody bit.
Well, on the other end, if you look at any bit further, we saw Rule 1, and we see here a goal.
Do we?
Sure, and Fleek and Aliu.
Ah, that's nice.
They were locking heads.
No, fair enough. It's nice to see a proper head-to-head for a change.
Aliu, making 4-4. As I tried to be silent through Danny's horrible joke, it seems Futura and Aliu had other ideas.
Well, Spooks might not like the head-to-head. If you squared it, it is 4-4 after all. It's nice to see a few similarities of it, and unfortunately, it's going to get a lot worse, Spooks.
And we still have another series after this.
Just the 2 of us.
Yay.
Oh.
Well, there comes the shot. Is that the 5th? No, Futura looking for the 5th. Can't get it past the defense. It seems that whatever happened to TT Willhaben, it seems to have wakened them up. Taz putting it into the middle to Aliu now. Putting it back once again. Is the shot there? No, Futura can't get to it. And Taz putting it away. All the way back to the blue half. Fleek putting it high. Can Taz do something with this? Looking for a shot. Passing it back to Fleek. Maybe doing something that no one really was expecting. Maybe not even Fleek was expecting it.
That is, for a moment, expect the unexpected, but Harry, can you expect the unexpected at that point in time?
Unexpected?
Yeah. Do you want this, or shall I take?
You go, buddy.
No, that's just diabolical.
I was waiting for it. TT Willhaben will be dancing in joy right now, but for EGE, you just lost a big lead twice. That's not something you want to see, and this might be the 6th coming in as it drops down from the crossbar. Merc puts it away. It's still possible for EG, but it's very unlikely as Fleek saves the control, goes high. Has good control right here, gets the flip reset as well. Can he get the block? No, but Taz has the control now onto the side. Puts it high and back low we go. Morx can't get to it. Now it's Fleek's chance, but Fleek misses the ball. Means that Morx is in an awkward position. Ball goes high. Into the middle we go, and Elio drops it down. TT Willhaben fought back this game, and very much deservingly makes it 1-1.
This is TT Willhaben doing well enough here. But EGG thoroughly twice. I've seen that one far too often as well too. But Spooks, I didn't want this to be a sweep, far from it, and thankfully it's not here. But there's still quite a lot of few strange moments. I'm wondering what's next.
Well, what is next? It's game number 3, Danny.
Hold on, does that come after 1 and 2?
Yes.
Before 4 and 5 as well?
Some may say so.
And others would say what?
I would say something.
Ah, they would. Something is indeed. But that is a moment that we might disagree at here, because currently it's still 0-0.
Elio trying to make it 1-0, but Fleek puts it onto his own backboard. Might be a bit dangerous. Elio with a shot, but there are 3 defenders and 2 get to the ball quick enough. Taz all the way back to the blue half. Can he put it in front of the net? He does. Morx can't get to it himself. Fleek has an opportunity. Bump from Taz as well, but the save was already there. Putting the ball to the side. Fleek once again being annoying onto the offense, or at least the transitional side. Elio can't get it over Morx. This means that NKS has to deal with Taz now in the defense.
There's Fleek once more. Should be a little play into the middle, and Taz set go for the pass. There was a demo. There was opportunities to score the first goal. Some would say it was an open net. Others would say it was still an open net. Didn't work out either way. A minute has gone by and it has remained goalless.
Elio putting it back in the middle. Fleek and Morx overcommitting. Now this is not the smooth gameplay we saw for a big part of game number 2 and game number 1. But it's not Fleek. Putting it back down. Patura tries to be quick. Gets it into the middle. This may be a shooting opportunity. NKS has a shot. Has a goal.
Is there anything else he wants as well too? Right at the barrel. It was fired. And nobody decides to take the bullet. That is the one that might help out here. EGE is our time to clean their spectacles, as the vision has been truly blurred out here as Taz, leaving that one to his teammates to deal with.
Well, you were asking if he wants anything more. I think a second goal, maybe a hamburger, maybe some fries. Would be nice.
Are those the things that you would like?
Perhaps.
Any type
shall
of
not
burger?
go. We shall not go into detail about what burger.
No, I'm asking what type of burger.
We shall not go into detail about what type of burger.
Oh, please, it's not a vegetarian burger.
Oh, hell no.
As you can see, we don't like the vegetarian burger. If that's your preference, that's up to you, but...
Chili chicken.
Seriously?
They're nice. They're cheap. And
That's
what's
a
also
cheap
cheap
goal.
and nice is LD shot. We're getting deservedly hat bombed right now. Deservingly so.
I'm just disappointed here with the service of that defense, to be truthfully honest with you, but it's 2-0 Spooks. And right now, it's what is next? Where is the EGE that was winning game number 1 with some style?
Oh, they're currently being locked down into their own defense. Stas trying to create something this time around. That's LU. Taking the ball up high for Tura. Can he block it off? No, Morx gets it to the side. Well, this ball comes back down. And I've always wanted to wonder why Boy Arroyo turned out the way he did. Having casted with you for 5 days, for 3 days in a row, for 5 hours, I mean. Yeah, I can understand now. And as Danny seems to have finally fitted in his 5th retirement, it seems to LU getting his 3rd goal for his team. TT Willhaben taking control of this match and looking to secure the 2nd game.
Potentially the 3rd game with 3 goals. That would seem to be the more likely of the statements that have been made so far as well too. But, Spooks, we may be drawing comparisons to partnered on another stream that has worked alongside me for a while too. It would be as grumpy as I am lurking on what the youthful gets along with, and unfortunately, standard's not there, and the ball hasn't been even passed in the way that we've seen it from TT Willhaben.
Pass, not putting it to the side, letting the ball go into the middle once again. Fleek has the one that takes control of it, putting it all the way back onto the blue side. Morks, shot on target, bumps from Fleek, and there is the EGE we were looking to see.
Well, they eke their way at least into one goal at the moment here. Bit more force required too as well too. I wonder, out of interest, has EGG had a bit of time to look at the stream here? And because if so, Gandhi would be proud with that physical activity.
Fleek looking for the flip reset, won't be getting past Ventura, and it's Alio. Controlled, taken, but not enough. At least gets it under one. But Taz will be taking this one away, all the way on a trip back to the blue half, and maybe onto the blue net. Fleek looking for the shot himself. The shot's on target, but Alio was not allowing that. And it means Marks in an awkward position. Has to do with Ventura. Fleek is behind him. Fleek is getting bumped right now. Not very nice of Ventura, but it's Fleek still being able to get out.
Surprise, there's been a few almost slip-ups there in terms of where the rotation and place of their own cars. Under that minute mark here, we'll just see Taz take his time here and nobody to pass to, and frankly in the same green where the ball came from here. So 40 seconds, a nice demo, an infield pass surely has to be dropped down. Not the case, and that's a chance wasted.
Alia putting it in front of the orange net. It's now up for Morris, passing to Taz. Can they do something? Can they put this in the middle? Taz getting a bump, but the shot not being on target, getting blocked as Fleek. Zero boost. It's got to be a hard-fought battle. Elio putting it back to the orange half, and as time is running down, and it seems that game number 2 will be game number 3. I mean, counting has been lost, or at least the ability to. But what I do know is that game number 3 will be going in favor of TT Willhaben.
He's complaining about spending so much time alongside Mike. Well, the time will be extended further by that 4th goal, and maybe we'll replay game number 3 Spooks here.
No, we won't.
No, that's... Don't want to spend more time. I see how it is.
Game number 3 will not be replayed. We will be moving on to game number 4. As TT Willhaben will be on match point, just one more to get into the losers final. Yes, they're not even done just yet. They still have another formidable team lying in wait, but right now they need to finish it off right here, right now. On the other end, EGE will be looking to get themselves into game 5.
Certainly so. But Spooks, what is the number that came after 3?
5.
Okay. Nice to know. It's usually always handy to keep track of those things.
Wait. I think I may be wrong. 6.
Fair enough. Feel free to have an opinion poll. What comes after 3 based on Spooks' opinion? It'd be interesting to see if anybody else agrees with those sentiment. But with that being the case though, Spooks, decider? Or is it one out from here?
Game number 4, I think this is going to be the decider. I don't think TT Willhaben let this walk away anymore. EG has fought quite well so far, but you can clearly tell that TT Willhaben has been warmed up now with Ventura, as Taz puts it away to the front. Gets blocked and Morks gets demoed. Seems things aren't looking too good as Fleek has an opportunity though to put it all the way back to the corner of the blue half. Can't do much with it though. Taz not catching the ball back up. Fleek, can you catch to it? No, Alio. Tiny bit too quick for anyone else, and this ball drops down quick. It's Ventura just barely getting the save.
Nice to see Taz just trying to keep Ventura moving away from the net. They were lumped up in front of it, but enough space to continue their defensive duties, and Chaos is there, cleared down. Fleek should be passing this to the left-hand side, but Morks inside, they'll risk it. Lack of trust there from EGG as Fleek to cover. Unfortunately, cover he shall not.
Taz covers it up though as Morks now. Leaving it for Taz, and Morks again, teamwork, a bit of teamwork coming out from the two as Fleek in an awkward position, but this should be an easy clear to this side. Ball bounced up beautifully once again for Ventura. Putting it back to the wall for Elyu, who takes the control. And honestly, Elyu has been quite quiet this series. Normally, he's one of the people I call out all the time, because He puts down his mechanical ability in such a beautiful way. But right now, he has not really shown me all too much.
Well, it's nice to see the poll has came in. It has decided to been 50-50 in terms of that percentile. Whatever Spooks said, no clue. I think even our producer had given up listening to Spooks after counting back to school for Spooks. But
One,
what is certainly is that 0-0.
4, 18, 26, 5.
This week's lotto numbers.
No, the amount of goals I'm currently counting, as it starts with 1 as NKS finds the back of the net.
Fair enough. And what was the order of the players?
Yes.
That's a shame. Yes, might not be an answer anymore, Spooks, here for EGE. It has to be a definite gets on with it now here. As Morgs' lops up here, must be burning from the heatsink right now. His fingertips, if he's playing keyboard, bless him, may not be the best time to be using it.
Morgs putting it back down. Has an awkward position. Futura tries to be quick, not quick enough, and Fleek is a bit quicker. Can he get the double? Looking for it, puts it in the middle. Morgs making it 1-1. I'm losing my ability to speak, Danny, so I'll hand it over to you.
No, I'll hand it back to you.
Denied.
Okay, fair enough. Very rarely the Spooks would like to hand me the ability to have the reins, but the reign of this particular match still in court, in session, still being unfortunately written up here as Taz has ripped up the script here. He's now with the ink pad himself, NKS here to do some damage, certainly does so. 2-1, 2 minutes and 20. It is 2-1 series wise. Facing this side here, he needs to do so much more, and Spooks, quite literally, they don't have enough.
They don't have enough right now, but EGE, you can't count them out just yet. Even though TT Willhaben has been very tough to beat, EGE won't give up that easily. Back pass. Elu taking the control, looking for this side wall, maybe wasting some time, but you're gonna need a lot of time wasting with 2 minutes left, so you might want to look for another goal to add to the tally.
Taz, up, down and across. Fleek will be too busy and occupied chasing down his opposition counterpart. Morgs has kept his eye onto the ball here. There is a number that's important, and you know what, Spooks? I can also do the same thing too. That's 2 goals for Morgs as well.
It's a 2-2 score line right now. A little bit under 2 minutes left, 1:53. But it can go anyone's way. NKS puts the ball high. Is there a follow-up from someone? Yes, it is, but it's from Taz, who gets another touch out to the midfield, out all the way as the demo comes out as well. This may open up some space. NKS can't get to it himself. The shot from Futura in the back of the net.
The players subbing in, to be truthful, hasn't had the biggest of impacts, but has been solid enough to keep this roster ticking over. They've played incredible. There's always a doubt in people's minds here, is the sub good enough to play in big matches? Futura has shown up here, got the 3rd goal, and now puts the ball back into the side of EGG. Can they serve it back out at least?
That's going under one, over the other, and Morgs has a free shot. There is the hat-trick.
There it is. And that wonderful ability of trying to serve it out. This is effectively 40-40 love. Who will take the advantage with the time here? 1 minute 23 seconds. And such a moment here. This kick-up goes against him, and Taz has to keep it safe here, but Morgs likewise has to wait until he is required to get into the play.
Futura not in the best spot. Fleek looking for a shot, not getting it past NKS. Fleek once again putting it onto the backboard, trying to get some annoying shots and passes on, but Futura getting an annoying shot right there. Fleek with the block, making sure his team survives for a certain. Putting the ball away once again, but NKS not letting this die down too quick. We're entering the last minute right now, Danny, and either team can win this game.
Simple as that. 1 goal, and they will win this right here, right now, especially for TT Willhaben. Oh, I said it right already. Up until that point there, this series, I'm disappointed with myself, and do you know what is disappointing? It could be the end here if EGD doesn't hold their defensive line here, and so far, they haven't done this cleanly.
It has been a bit shaky, but they are still holding on. They just need 20 more seconds. As Taz looking for a pinch, not this time. Fleek not getting the best of shots. Jura putting it away, but it's Morix once again onto the blue half. Can Fleek do it this time around? No, getting blocked by NKS, but it's still Morix keeping on the offensive push. Now it's up for Taz. Taz gets demoed for his troubles. Fleek onto the backboard. This is a good opportunity for Morix, but he can't get to it, and the ball will drop down. We have overtime.
Certainly do. We had big moments before, settled in OT once more. And we are in these moments here where for sure could step up to the plate, win it all, and move into the loser final. And we will see who and what is going to be achieved by those two teams in that matchup. But right here, survival. EGE dropped down pretty much early, and they are yet to truly recover from that.
Pass by LU, looking to go to the side. Fleek saw it coming though. Putting it back onto the blue half, but there's no one there fit to follow up. So Futura hitting it high back to Fleek. It's a bit of a pass back from one another. As NKS now passes it onto the backboard. It's their shot there. It's an opportunity, but the shot is just way too weak. It's never going to be creative with anything. As Taz now, opportunity for maybe a solo attempt. Gets the flip reset. Can he get under? But he didn't get the flip in all reality. As Morx now tries it himself, but nothing seems to be sticking for either of these teams.
Futura can't even stick to the ball here. The ceiling has let him drop, but gravity's against you. There is only one option yet you do have, and that's drop like a stone. And unfortunately, we will not see this game drop into the perils of Game 5 here. They are still trying to slug it out here as NKS has popped right upfield, has left this ball into the middle of the park now.
But you're dropping that ball back down. It's now Fleek onto the side pass with the follow-up LU. Looking for a bit of control, and you can start noticing that TT Willhaben is playing very safe. They do not want to see this game go to Game 5. But you're maybe looking to finish it off right there, and then Fleek still trying to block off as many people as he can. As Taz puts it back to the side, they're still stuck in their own half as the pass to NKS was just a tiny bit too weak.
I see Morx trying to get on to that one, but unfortunately the PS2 quick to read this time around. 2 additional minutes has been played. Futura flops and Taz goes wide. That was there for them, and Futura, who has subbed in, has taken it, and that will it be sorted in the history books now.
Futura getting it over Fleek and finding the last piece that they needed. TT Willhaben will move on for a match they've already played once in the group stages. They will be playing MonkeySquad and will be looking to do the same thing they did in the groups, which was a 3-0 sweep.
Seen sweeps before. We've seen even potential reverse sweeps up on these situations. We've even seen the 3-1s, but we have not seen a complete dismantling in a while. But we don't expect that in the group stage here. Substitutions have been key so far for every single team here, especially in the playoff sections. But Spooks, that has been good. But do you know what would be better? Sorting out the grand final. That just means one more match is left.
I'll come on my heart so full of devoted myself to the night. There's no motive. We're just listening. We're existing. We stay when the music plays. Stop alone and the people sway.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
And just like that there, you can see our lovely faces to some extent here, but I think everybody has got to this point in time here where we just want to take a small moment, a breather, and if you're as young as Spooks, you're past your bedtime, you want to go and have a sleep here, he's ran out of all his energy, and Spooks, I can understand that, but you've
know
got
what?
to understand one element as well too.
You know what, Danny? Good night. I'm going to bed.
Finally, all by myself.
Sorry, I can't let that happen. I can't let the stream be ruined.
Ah, that's a
It's just
shame.
you. We won't be getting any viewership anymore.
It's all right. We got Nessex, Jennifer ready. They also replace you as well too.
Yes, but the thing is, everyone's here for my face and for my good looks.
And moving swiftly on. Sorry, that is ready. You know, if there's that there. Both teams are ready to start here. As you can see, MonkeySquad, quite literally, versus TV. I'm not even going to try it anymore. I do apologize to them anymore because I've got
TT
it wrong.
Willhaben.
I know, I've got it wrong more times than I couldn't score in a ones match. It was that bad, unfortunately, for myself here. But do you know what? These teams are in this situation here. They are battling out here for second and third place.
They are indeed. Of course, this is already for some prize money right now. And they're getting on, and this is mostly for important who gets to go to the final pass. On to leave, it's a good pass, and back pass to Revenge is the shot on target. No, and the follow-up isn't nowhere to be found, and this leaves LU with a free shot on target. And let me reiterate, this team has swept MonkeySquad before.
That's the history of just alone here. We could have brought back both sets of groups. We could have shown the entire knockout bracket. Very rarely had we had a repeat matchup enduring that entire bit. Just shows you what either an upset, ideal seating, just a bit of lady luck can do from some teams here. But that opening goal here will set the tune surely here, for at least MonkeySquad here to get back into it.
Legal putting it back into the middle. It's Ventura putting it high. It's the follow-up there from the shot. Aliu a tiny bit too high. Ventura even higher. And that means the shot goes wide.
Nice to see it going high, because it could have been disaster for MonkeySquad here. Lethal back across into the middle. There's revenge. Doesn't happen, of course. Lethal back around for Flex. And Ventura getting swatted away there in those moments.
Aliu, shot on target, and that's the 2-0. It seems TT Willhaben is looking to get back into their group stage form with the sweeps. They're trying to set it up, and it's looking good so far.
Psychological warfare may be happening. Do you know what? I'm just hoping MonkeySquad does what unfortunately their opposition did earlier to them. Get the 2 goals back, and for a little change, I want a 20-minute OT. I'm not going to get it in game 1.
Aliu just got his hat-trick, and we're a minute and a half in so far. Has the waiting time affected MonkeySquad this badly, or is it just TT Willhaben being just back to being TT Willhaben?
Potentially, if you are going to play against a team that is the likes of EGG, it's the perfect warm-up match. If you're going to get through to the next match, they won that. Certainly showing their capable side here. So that potential cooldown could be a factor on this particular match here. Within 2 minutes, you're right, the 3 goals, that hat-trick. It's only one-way traffic at this point.
And the demo doesn't help anything for MonkeySquad either. Lethal, awkward position, but gets the ball gone. It's up for revenge. Putting it away, but Aliu puts it high, but in front of his own net. Probably not the spot you want it to be, but maybe if the passing play goes like this, just barely too high. Flexi gets it away, but Aliu, a good spot once again. It really seems that TT Willhaben has just decided to play the same way they've done in the group stages. Maybe MonkeySquad can find their way once again, but it's going to be a tough fought battle.
Ventura straight in, Lethal cuts it out. There's potential for some more, there is potential for even less to be done here as TT can simply run the clock down, do absolutely nothing else but park the bus here. But Ventura wants medal. Crunch, crunch the demo, and players are popping. Unfortunately, they haven't popped off just yet here. A few passing plays. We saw MonkeySquad freestyle it earlier. Likewise, Medicine dished out.
Ball goes back into the middle. Revenge has an opportunity right here. It's under the crossbar. No, it isn't. It hits the crossbar and goes down. Meaning Aliu can put it back. And with 2 minutes left, you would like to see MonkeySquad get a goal right around now. The damage and the bumps are not being enough. Flexi putting the ball to the side. Zero boost is always going to be hard. Aliu now into the middle. Is there a person to finish it off? Well, Ventura, tiny bit too slow, taking it easy, going up the ceiling and back down. And Revenge putting it all the way back into the orange half, but not for long.
That's a nice passing play. Goal number 4, bracketing. Unfortunately, not in the same way that the accuracy was earlier. Falters there this time, but Lethal up around Ventura. Just needs to get the pass or make sure it's in the right position. Works out nonetheless. That's goal number 4. Let me remind everybody, this is the 3rd place matchup. Grand final spot. The losers side this is. To get back into it.
Do you think Aliu heard me last game where I said that he really hasn't shown up to that match yet? Do you think he heard me?
No.
Well, he's clearly showing up right now, so something must have changed in it.
Potentially.
Probably.
Maybe.
Most likely.
Definitely.
Perhaps.
Even more so.
Oh, NKS taking control, looking for a dribble play. Can't get it past Revenge, but it's Ventura's chance now, passing it back to Aliu. But Aliu can't find the ball. You want to know who did find the ball, Danny?
Oh, I don't know.
Flexi. What a surprise.
Well, potentially, maybe, and just perhaps that monitor has been turned on because, frankly, the MonkeySquad roster hasn't shown up in Game 1. Let's be brutal about it. This was the group stage here. They would not be impressing anybody. It would be sore eyes to watch. It's been painful to see teams get beaten that much. Frankly, a 4-0 does not reflect well onto them. They've been much better. Reflection dimmed. And NKS is looking for goal number 5 here. He might just get it as well too, and Revenge sends it long here. So with everything being said and done here, we do know which way game number 1 be filled in which column.
It will be indeed filled for TT Willhaben, who will take the win of game number 1, 4-1. Scoreline will most likely stay the same, maybe one more for either of these teams, but it won't be enough anyway. It doesn't really matter at this moment in time, really. Pass back to Revenge, maybe set something up for yourself. Lethal, maybe finish it off, get some highlight real play. Not allowed. TT Willhaben will start themselves off good and look to maybe get themselves into the 1-0, and maybe after is the 2-0, and maybe even the sweep position.
And perhaps the rail on that didn't have the magnetic stuff to transfer over. It wasn't good enough that last play. The game 1 hasn't been good enough. MonkeySquad, we have seen them play extraordinarily well, but the fact that they have ran out of the juice, just unacceptable. But will there be silence and sent to bed without supper in a 3-0 sweep fashion? Could be if they don't get it on here.
They need to turn this around quickly, because if this goes in 2-0 favor for TT Willhaben in a similar style as game 1, I am smelling a bit of a sweep on the corner.
You're smelling the sweep?
Yeah, I'm smelling the sweep.
It must be a potent smell.
Sniff, sniff.
Ah.
Well, it seems that some... okay, of course.
I think you sniffed too much. The air pocket caused that to go wide.
Now it's just the same pole that has done all the weird stuff already tonight.
Well, the woodwork devilishly playing dastardly tricks at the moment here with this one. Already near enough a minute gone by here. Be a few shaking heads, certainly, and definitely so here as Futura leaves that one here. He will be tutting right now. Tut, nobody followed on to the end of that one. Back in similar footing here. Nobody has scored yet, and we should have been at 1, possibly 2-0 by this point.
And then there comes a demo from NKS, but the follow from Elio wasn't quick enough. Now Futura puts it high. Level in an awkward position. Elio puts it high once again for NKS. Can the pass be completed? Pass into the middle. Is the shot there? No, but Elio is still in a good position. Looking for some control. Goes low. And does he have the flip reset? He did, but he didn't get the shot on target.
1 shot, 2 shots. Not enough shots, it seems to be. Both sides not taking even the marginal chances presented in front of them. Futura into the corner, taken away here, not being passed to as too many of the opposition, and MonkeySquad swarming into the corner. It was a duck situation here as Lethal back around here, and that's an angle, that's on target, had to be saved, and Revenge can't even pass it or shoot from that situation.
Lexi now with the control, looking to get it past Elio, but the goal is almost wide open. Lethal just barely in time to get that save and keeping his team alive in this game so far. Now Futura pass into the middle to Elio. Can the shot be quick? Well, it was quick, but it was also quickly blocked by the defense. That's now all the way onto the other side. NKS taking it a bit too slow, and the defense holding on strong, but the pass is not good enough. Lethal back onto the orange half, and you see a bit of boom ball being created so far.
Boom, bang. Unfortunately, the wallop hasn't caused a knockout blow, especially in game 2. There has been a few moments here where we're seeing the fist plummeting into the car there, and has effectively stunned a few people. Maybe diplomacy might be the answer. Unfortunately, Gandhi's not here for that, so we go for war.
NKS trying to create some war, but the shot is there. Elio with the goal line save once again. NKS now with the control, looking to set something up. Passing to the middle. Elio was a tiny bit too close, meaning that Lethal tries to take the control, tries to bring it into the middle. Futura not allowing him, but the second chance not being allowed for Futura either. Seems that he just does not want the ball to go into the middle. I can understand that. It's a bit dangerous. It's a bit scary.
So much so, only Just only if there was a way to keep it away from that spot.
Hitting the ball would be helpful, to be honest.
Yes, we have seen quite a lot of that in the last 4 minutes.
Hitting the ball right there would have been helpful as well.
Would have been.
Yeah, probably would have been. I think the less said about that goal, the better.
Yeah. Just hear my vote. It was an abysmal attempt defensively.
I shouldn't have said anything. Poor defenders.
Yeah. If you would like to complain about that comment, feel free to @Spooks RL, or is it, you know, casting?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You've gotten the wrong ad anyway. I don't mind.
That's all right. The former as well too. You can of course use the command, or feel free to look it up at your own time as well. Even on the bracket page, it is there to be found. But Spooks, you know, the only thing that hasn't been found here is a goal from MonkeySquad.
I was just gonna say that, Danny. We think so much alike. It seems that the oldness of you has rubbed off to me. I would like it not to be doing that, but it's fine. It happens.
I'm so sorry that old age is contagious.
Yeah, I heard that it grows every second. A bit weird.
Speaking about growing, there's some chance here where we might just see the sweep. We talked about the odds of it. We talked about the sense that this needed to be a 1-1 series wise, and we want to see a true battle. Hasn't really fully became the case of it here as this the ball left cornered, and MonkeySquad have about one chance here, and it looks like they've thrown it away.
Elliot trying to waste as much time as possible, putting this ball in front of the net again, but it gives Lethal an opportunity. Can he do it alone? Well, this ball goes up once again, and NKS will probably let this ball drop, but MonkeySquad will not let it drop. Revenge has an opportunity here. Ball still stays high. One more defender to take care of. The shot is there, but so is the save. And Flexi now onto Lethal. Lethal putting it in front once again. It's NKS once again. Revenge in the perfect position. Getting the flick. Is the shot there? It gets saved and killed onto the ground. TT Willhaben will take game number 2.
As you see on the top left, you see Flexi left the screen the moment that was saved. Futura caused a rage quit perhaps there. Don't know for absolute certainty, of course.
Car change. Most likely car change, let's be honest.
Well, we'll find out either way there, but what a save by Futura. That was the moment there. May have supplanted his place into it. And TT have left himself in a bit of an awkward situation here, Spooks. Who do they play in the final if they go on to win from here, Futura or the normal team?
I think you will play the normal team unless Psy is feeling sick or not good. Then you pick Futura, of course.
Of course. Sounds so simple. Sounds so easy when the equation...
I mean, when you have Futura in your team, anything's easy at this point.
True.
Look at that! See? All because of Futura. He had one ball touch his entire first 8 seconds, but it's all because of him.
Good placement, to be fair.
That's a nice shot. They even admitted themselves that's a nice shot.
Yeah.
Just wrong goal.
Oh, we don't need to point that bit out, do we?
I mean, you're gonna lecture me now on being rude. Okay, I see how it is.
I thought you were meant to be the beauty of the broadcast, to be soft and gentle, instead of being the beast.
So far, the goals have not really been beauties, Danny, let's be honest.
Well, thankfully here, we do have a true beast on to it. 2 defensive horrors. Have you already said it was diabolical? That's awful. But hate to get to pathetic defending at the moment. I can understand teams may not feel up to the moment. They've been battling for so long here. They may not have the next step, the next energy to move on further. But they've got to dig on deep here. As 30 seconds on by here. At least a 1 consolation to the neutral. MonkeySquad has scored 1 goal.
Flexi looking to get it on target once again, but no shot to be found. As the double commit does present itself from MonkeySquad. Know what you like to see, and this may be another own goal. This one gets saved, but the own goals from MonkeySquad, they're becoming a tiny bit scary to say the least.
I wouldn't describe it too scary just yet. It could be even more bleaker. If this one gets on target in any description, the problem is no. I think at the moment here, both sides are trying to outplay each other mechanically. I would say just keep it to the basics here. It might just be enough to pay off.
Well, neither of them is pulling off the mechanics to basically take each other out, so maybe the basics is a tiny bit better, but LU can't get enough out of that touch, and Revenge puts it all the way onto the orange half. It's Ventura with the control back into the middle, and KS not a good shot, letting Flexi take a control once again, but it seems both these teams are not really willing to take control of the ball right now, Danny.
Not at all here, and we've seen boom ball, we've even seen panic ball at the moment, we've even seen leave the ball alone while it runs into your net type of action. This one here, it's the difference between top 3 and its grand finale spots here, as that shot does go in. It is Futura being the difference makers in this match.
The first shot was mad, the second shot was mad, the third shot from Futura, that is a good shot, well placed, well done. And it means that TT Willhaben is in their position right now to get the sweep going for themselves. As Ventura look to maybe get a third, but this ball gets pushed back into the orange half. 2 people up for it, and this one does not pinch itself into the back of the net.
I was worried about you potentially breaking in the song there with the first and second part there and giving us a chorus, maybe potentially a bit of Queen there. Let's everybody work up what song that may be here, but will it be the last song of MonkeySquad here as they are trailing with half the game down, and Futura is hungry for some more here back in the middle, and Revenge needs assistance, he needs both of them, but that's a blunder. That might just be this match done and dusted.
The consistency, the nerves maybe, just not feeling too good. This is not the MonkeySquad side we've seen be so incredibly dominant today. This is a MonkeySquad that we have not met just yet, and it's not a good look.
It hasn't been, and it's a poor reflection on their entirety of the tournament. Unfortunately, some people might just only see the result and not the full picture here, as goal number 4 should have gone in here. MonkeySquad has got away with it. Flexi, he needs to score here to get his team some kind of hope here with 2 minutes left. 2 goals is a hard task with 30 seconds and under. They need to give themselves breathing space here.
TT Willhaben recovers there from the defensive push from MonkeySquad here. They can create another one. Is it going to be Lethal who chases enough? But NKS gets that ball gone from his own half. Flexi puts it high, looking for a midfield pass. He does get it to Revenge, but the shot missed. Lethal is there for the second. The miss is there once again. And this one is... I refuse. Was nice knowing you people. Let's good night, GG's. Let's get to bed. Let's get some sleep. Woo! For people who are maybe confused, no, this silence is not for Jennifer. This silence is for our eyes, mostly. And it seems Danny has finally died of old age.
No, I haven't died.
No, he's
the
still
whole
here.
team would rejoice if that was the case. But
Ghost.
what has potentially been the case there, that might just be the goal that signified the death, the end. Unfortunately, the road is nigh in terms of the MonkeySquad here with 60 odd seconds of 3 goals. It's virtually impossible at these moments here. Spooks, they played well. It's just unfortunately for them, this has not been their match. It has not been the losers final that may be up to the billing.
Well, at least this MonkeySquad can take a lot away from this entire tournament. They've played incredibly well. They have shown us what they're capable of, but sad enough, they didn't show up in this game, and those types of games can happen, and TT Willhaben will say thank you very much for that. They will be moving on to tomorrow for the grand final, where they can look for their revenge, while on the other end, MonkeySquad, they will be having to do with just 3rd place.
Just 3rd place, and it sounds so disheartening. But what they had to go through to it, they deserve every accolade they get, and the prize for it as well too. But It's going to be a hard one to swallow because they knew they had the ability to play much better. But maybe that one step too far, at least in terms of today. With that being the case, however, Spooks, TT, they look well, they look good. A final, another chance here, and we don't get to say this statement of, and it will be a chance of a rematch of the upper final. That could have happened. It did not happen. It will be, of course, Irie Legacy using that upper semi-final rematch.
TT Willhaben fight their way back into the grand final, have the opportunity to look a bit better against Irie Legacy. Of course, that will be tomorrow. But looking back at this game, MonkeySquad tried their best, but their best wasn't enough right now. TT Willhaben sweep them once again, and it's a painful one.
It's a painful one. With that being said as well, we've had 2 group stages. We've spoken about that there. We will, of course, recap that before day number 4. We might as well tell you how the pathways, of course, of day 3, how it went through, of course, the upper bracket, and that was Aopik's gaming 3-0 against Chrome MonkeySquad. Likewise, with the same scoreline against Team Solid. TT, 3-0 happy days. Irie Legacy, the only one not to drop to actually game 3-1. And then Spooks, the upper semi-final. That had a story as well too.
Aopik not being able to defeat MonkeySquad, meaning that they got their first loss of the entire tournament. Of course, dropping them down. But on the other hand, TT Willhaben losing out against Irie Legacy, showing what Irie Legacy is capable of doing. And then you move on to the lower round 1, where Chrome GG lost out to Team Solid, and Atlantide Wave got swept by EGE. And EGE, we saw, was incredibly strong because they also won against Aopik, 3-2 on that side, and TT Willhaben 3-1 against Team Solid, which makes us move on to the lower semifinals.
It does indeed as well too, and as much as EGG was the favourite, they failed to produce. They had used the sub, but the sub was not good enough. That was 3-1, and that legendary matchup we potentially just saw, unfortunately didn't quite live up to the billing there. MonkeySquad eliminated 0-3 there in that upper final match. Of course, by the way, MonkeySquad lost that 0-3 to Irie Legacy and Spooks. That just leaves us with the grand finale tomorrow as well too.
TT Willhaben against Irie Legacy, a matchup of dreams. We can semi-predict what lineup TT Willhaben will have, but on the other hand, Irie Legacy, it's gonna be a bit of a toss-up. And actually, looking at both, will Futura play, will Psy play, and Irie Legacy, will Reserves play, or will maybe Carbo show up for once? Or is it just gonna be the main team anyway? We have no idea at this point, Danny.
No idea, but the mystery will be solved tomorrow. An answer that will be truly unlocked as well too. We'll let the teams have a day of rest at least before going in tomorrow's kickoff time. Day number 4, the pinnacle of the entirety of the tournament. Who will come out as well too? Will the bracket reset also come into play? We do not know just yet. But from the entirety of the production team, we thank you for watching day number 3. But from all of us here, it will be a heartfelt good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Of the other side.